Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Good morning. Good morning, ladies, and to the few gentlemen that may have joined us. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Aha. So is there sound? Can you hear me? Please confirm. Can you hear me? Good morning. Perfect. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, ladies. Well done. Well done for joining on time. I saw somebody pushes the first to join. Let me see. Who was that? Amarachi. Amarachi, aren't you the one in Australia? I think you're the one in Australia, if I'm not mistaken, from yesterday. What time is it there? So well done. You deserve a virtual clap. Virtual clap for you for joining this late. It's late in the afternoon for you, I guess. But well done for joining first. Yes. Oh, I have something from Myrtle Beach. Wow. Okay, so let's even start off with that. I need people to just put where are you joining from? Let's start with that. Where are you joining from? What's the weather like? What's your view right now? Are you looking at the beach? Are you looking at the ocean? Are you looking at your next door neighbor's house? Right? Where are you joining from? What's the energy like around you? Is everybody around the house making noise around you? Just tell us what's going on with you. And we're just happy you're here. Just really excited that you joined us. So welcome. It's 6 p.m. in Tokyo. Wow. Nice. That's nice, Gloria. That's really nice. Wow. How do they say hi in Tokyo? How do they say hi that's Japanese, right? Yes. That's Japanese. How do they say hello? You need to teach us that. Where else is everybody joining from? Anybody from Lagos, South Africa? Tokyo is cold. Oh, wow. Lagos. Hi, my Lagos people. Osun State. Hi. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is such a pleasure to continue this journey with you. Honestly, if you were here yesterday, do you want to wave your hands? Do you want to give me an emoji? Do you want to give me a heart sign? Who was here yesterday? Just let me know. If you were here yesterday, you were blown away like I was, let me know in the comment section because yesterday was all shades of amazing. Honestly, it was powerful. It was powerful. I thought I just came to compare, but I ended up having notes and notes and pages of notes. If you have notes, please bring out your notes. Let's look at them together. If you didn't have your journal yesterday, now is a good time to get your journal. Please get your journal because trust me, you are going to need to take notes. You need to take notes. So like I was saying, yesterday was powerful. We talked about competence. We talked about character. We talked about what it means to build a legacy, even when you're not in the room. In fact, especially when you're not in the room. We talked about dominion, right? We talked about so many things. And today is another power-packed, amazing day. I'm excited. I'm seriously excited, right? And we just really, there's so many things we learned. Did you do your homework? That's something I thought about. Yesterday we had homework. We had homework and three as a tongue twister, 3 free gifts. We had homework, which was to take our CVs for those of us that are looking for new jobs. You're looking to transition. You're looking for a promotion. You're supposed to take your CV, dust it off, cover it with the blood of Jesus, and then send it out to the world and ask the jobs to come to you. Do you remember that? So if you've not done your homework, you have homework. And then we have the free gifts. So if you don't have that, we'll talk about that later in the course of the day, right? But today we're just going to relax, enjoy ourselves, learn a bit more. But to start off, I'm joined by somebody that yesterday was very instrumental in just, shaping the call to action and just giving us a few highlights of how the day kind of panned out. But she's going to join me today and we're just going to talk about what, resonated with us, especially for all of us that are behind the scene, what resonated with us yesterday. So Adiola Babatunde, hi, are you here?
Hi, Hannah too. Good
Hello, hello,
morning.
hello. Good
How are
morning. Good
you?
morning. I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And thank you so much, Hannah too. That was brilliant hosting you did yesterday. You
Thank
carried us
you.
on the wings of you carried us on the wings of a beautiful experience. It couldn't have
Thank
been
you.
as great as that without you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so, so much, Adiola. Thank you. And thank you. I think first of all, we need to thank the audience because they were giving me ginger. I was
Mm,
going through the comments. There was a lot of
yeah.
ginger. There was a lot of, excitement. People were clocking it. I don't think I've seen so many clocking signals in my life.
I can imagine. It was
Yes,
amazing.
it was. It was. So let's begin. Let's
Mhm.
highlight. Let's try. For those
Yes,
that, they couldn't make it yesterday. Stuff
yes.
happens. let's just try and compress that amazing day to like 10 minutes. So,
Yeah.
Diola,
Yes,
what was
please.
one word that just describes, or what is one word that describes how you're feeling about sessions we had yesterday? Can you use one word?
Let me try. So I'm going to attempt to put everything in one word, my experience. And I would say I was mind blown. Okay, that's two words, but it will count for one word. I was mind blown. And mostly because I felt this is so instrumental to helping people grow in the workplace, and there was a story that the convener, Ijeoma Nwakuche, shared yesterday, and I thought that story was very interesting and important. And the lesson I drew from that story was that phrase you used this morning, just before you called me in, which was "let the jobs find you." Hannatu, how many times have we heard apply, 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 and everybody is just waiting to come out of school and then write like 5 million application letters and start to send them out. And so having that perspective of let the jobs find you, I ask again, why did Ijeoma not send, why didn't she create this course when I was a copper?
To
Perhaps,
help our lives.
yeah, do you see what I mean? It was so good. So if you're listening to us on YouTube, if you're on Zoom, if you have the opportunity to be listening to this in your lifetime while you are on the journey to building your career, I personally want to congratulate you and say you are just you've been given a launch pad, and the sky, like they say, is just the beginning, starting point. Thank you.
Yes. The sky is the starting point. Let the jobs find you. Honestly, we have, for some of us, we have so many stories of referrals and how, the job has found us, right? But today is not about us. We're trying to get everybody to learn. But you're right. Ijeoma, question for you. Why are you just doing this now? Why? Tell us why. Why did you cheat some of us? We could have helped some of us our lives. But anyway, we forgive you. We forgive you in advance, right? So let me ask a harder question, because I struggled with this as well. Which session spoke to you the most? And we had three.
Hey.
We had three.
Hey God. In fact, you scattered. You know how Brother was like yesterday. She was like, "Oh my God, this place is hot." As in, my office is still hot right here from the sessions yesterday. Right, it's still hot right here. Now, I won't choose one of the sessions, but I'll probably speak to one thing from each of the sessions that just blew my mind. Now, from Pastor Isi's session, she was speaking about the mandates and how God has already given us this land, and how if you're not, you just need to know your mandate. You need to know where God has placed you, and how people are calling her already and into rooms that she doesn't even know anything about, and the legacy that she has built. And I'm thinking to myself, this is how it is supposed to be.
Yes.
You're not supposed to be hustling to get into certain rooms. You're supposed to understand who you are in Christ, the daughter of Christ.
Yeah.
And I was privileged to watch a video from someone who said, don't scramble don't be a beggar in the kingdom, right? You are a daughter of the king. So if you're a daughter of the king, you therefore cannot be, scrambling for opportunities and saying, be desperate and say, oh, give me this, or give me that. If you sit as the daughter of the king, then I have dominion, and you sit in that dominion mandate, and then things come to you and not you going to them. So that session on the dominion mandate just helped me see that, oh my God, if we have that shift, right, and we sit in our dominion mandate, then we begin to ask the question, how should I position so that things come to me and then I'm not running towards them? I'm sorry, I'm trying not to rehash
No, you're
sessions,
good.
but
Trust
the
me,
fire was firing.
The fire, honestly, the fire was firing. Yes.
I'm telling you. Then from Dolly's session, Dolly was part of the panel with Felicia. Madam Uche's session.
Yes.
She shared 5 frameworks. There was financial, there was operationability. Let me just touch on financial because that stood out for me. She said, even if you were a cost center, how are you able to generate income or reduce that cost for your organization so that you are a a revenue center instead. You're generating some form of revenue. And she stated an example of somebody who generated about $1 million for the company. Even though she was a cost center, she was able to save the company
Yes.
$1 million. And you can imagine that kind of person will be a referral-worthy woman. So if for people who were listening yesterday, and for me, I thought, oh my goodness, people who are in cost centers would, automatically think, oh, I'm not making money for the company, so what am I going to do with this? But with that example, it showed that even if you are a cost center, you can find creative ways to generate or save the money, save the company money that could be
Exactly.
channeled towards something else. So that stood out for me in that session, right?
Mm-hmm.
And another one from her session was risk, right? What are some of the, you have to think ahead. What can possibly go wrong? What
Mm.
can I do? How can I hedge this risk, right? What can I do? So as I'm speaking to you, I have an extra light as backup in case this light decides to be unfortunate. I'm like, no, I'll put something on standby in case
Mm-hmm,
never does
mm-hmm.
anyhow. Give me the change. You see, so I think these are practical ways that we can hedge risk and become the referral worthy woman by
Mm.
saying, I'm going to look into what can go wrong. I'm going to plan ahead. I'm going to make plans just to be sure that I'm in a good place and the people that are working with me can rely on me to give a certain level of value.
Yes.
And that's why I feel like, please allow, maybe you should say a thing or two, because at this rate, I don't know if I'm going to stop.
No, I think for me, and you're so spot on. Just understanding that dominion mandates, going back to Apostle
Mm,
EC,
mm,
understanding that if I have dominion and I don't have competence, I'm just presuming.
mm,
If I have dominion and I to have an audience without weight, to not have that
mm,
weight that comes with
mm,
the influence, or
mm,
to, in simple English, to have the access you have and not defend it or not step up to it is a
mm,
dangerous thing.
mm.
Understanding that dominion is a threefold mandate. And we're not going to get to that. If you missed it,
Yeah.
go and watch the video. But just
Mm,
understanding that I'm supposed to, multiply, I'm supposed to transform things, I'm supposed to take authority, right? Something that struck me, and just because it kind of spoke directly to me, I don't know about anybody else, it spoke to me, but she says, I work across multiple time zones. That was powerful.
yeah.
I work
Yeah.
across multiple time zones. It just shows the kind of access you should have or
Yeah.
the kind of
Yeah.
reach and spread. So you are not a Lagos-based somebody.
Yeah.
That's all. You are not just
Yeah.
supposed to be for Lagos. You're not just for Nigeria. Your gift needs to be
Yeah.
seen by the world. So for those of you
Absolutely.
that are reaching across, I'm looking at the chat right now. I'm seeing how many people are joining, how many people joined from yesterday from across different parts of the world, and we see that
Mhm.
this reach is
Mm,
across the world. Ijeoma is fulfilling her
yeah.
mandate. She's
Mm,
working in Dominion right now.
yeah.
You that you're watching, yes, I'm calling you out. You in the group chat. How are you fulfilling your mandate? How are you
Mm,
exercising your dominion? Do people know you across the world? Even in your business, let's not go too far. In your business, do the stakeholders that matter, do they know
mm,
you? And when I say business, I mean if you work in 9 to 5, your organization, do the stakeholders that matter, do they know your name? Do they know the work you're doing? It's part of being referral worthy because they know you and they think, oh, I heard about this person. Let me see what she's doing. That's how it starts, right? And then when you go to what Uche talked about, the different things, the scorecard.
yeah.
And that was so I saw somebody said they don't know about the three gifts. That was one of them. So we'll look for how to get that across to everybody. It's going to be mailed to everybody. But the
Yeah.
scorecard was one of them, the invisible scorecard. The 10x principle. How are you 10xing yourself? How are you making yourself better? How are you multiplying your behavior, your good behavior, not your bad behavior, please. Not your bad behavior, right? How are you taking your personal branding more seriously? Something that she talked about, and I was so my mental millennium mind just didn't share your dressing. I think
Mm,
people have underestimated that whole, oh, I'm true
yeah.
to myself. I'm
Yeah.
I'm I'm being free. It's my
Yeah.
art form. And then you forget that you are addressed as you dress. It's really simple. You come for an interview wearing a t-shirt. Why should I take you seriously?
Yeah.
And I'm speaking to people that are just coming out of school because we had a couple of school leavers join us yesterday. You need to dress as you want to be addressed. It's really simple. There is a part of grace and faith, but there's a part of everyday practicality in the marketplace. And let's not
Mm.
even go there. So let me move to you, Diola.
Yes,
Diola,
please. Mhm.
the panel.
Yes.
Normally panel sessions are kind of,
Mhm.
you just kind of let's just listen in.
Yeah.
Yesterday was fire,
Mm,
like who they breathe.
mm.
So What was the highlight for yesterday for you?
So many highlights, but one of the main ones for me, I like to always look for that thing that most people don't see. Maybe that's one of my strengths. Yeah. It is, how do you make people feel? So essentially, you know that most people have competence. They can do this, they can do that. But when you engage with a person or an organization and you're delivering value, how do you leave them? What experience do they have of you? And I thought deep in, I thought, this is very, I can see actually very intelligent people making this mistake. And guess what? I have made this mistake in the past.
Yes.
I clearly saw myself. It was like someone was just showing me, and I was like, this is so instrumental. If anyone should consider this and say, I'm going to be very intentional about how I make people feel while I'm working with them, delivering this value, it's going to essentially make the relationship interesting. I mean, nobody wants to work with somebody who is not necessarily rude, who is not necessarily a bad person, but just doesn't know how to make the relationship feel warm and welcoming. And I know how we human beings just try to avoid certain uncomfortable conversations
Yes.
and relationships and people. Yeah, so that's a very fine skill that I want to thank Folusho Badamosi for highlighting yesterday. I think if you're on this call, if you're listening, again, I say congratulations, because God brought you here and you're here at such a time as this. Pay attention to how you make people feel when you work with them, when you deliver value. How do you make them feel? How do you respond? How do you interact? How do you communicate? What's your body language?
Body language.
You know this, Hanatu, yeah, the body language, you're in your head, you're thinking, no, I'm good now. Look at my work. My T's crossed, my I's are dotted, I've done it. No, it's really beyond that. So that stood out for me from Felicia's session. And another thing that stood out for me from the session, okay, this one I must confess is a bit, obvious. But competence is what gets you into the conversation, and character is what gets you, listen to this, the next one.
Yes.
So they've opened the door for you, they've allowed you access into this room, and now the responsibility is on your shoulders to get into the next one based on your character. And I think that conversation about how you make people feel is part of it, right? But your character, do you have integrity? Do you show up when you say you would? Are you on time? Are you delivering value? Are you delivering excellence? That excellence conversation is a whole different
That's a whole
panel
different. We
session.
need to unpack that.
It's a whole different conference. You see what I mean? Maybe we should set up the Purple Orchid team to do
Set
that.
them
Yeah,
up
we can
now.
set
Yes,
them up.
so Purple Orchid team. There's a
Please,
conference
Purple
waiting
Orchid
for you
team.
on excellence.
Thank you so much. So for me, those two stood out, right? And I like to let me give the mic over to you. So please, tell us, what were your mind-blowing sessions?
Mind blowing. That's it. That's really it. I'm looking at my notes right now. And by the way, like I said, if you don't have your notebook now, see my own note.
You are wrong.
You are wrong.
That's
You are
wait, you are
wrong.
wrong. See
You
our
are
notebook.
wrong.
Wrong.
Okay. I'm looking at my notes. First thing that jumps out, don't be strategically unstable. Oh my God. Do not be
I'm clocking it. I'm
strategically
clocking it.
unstable. There's some things there. Sometimes they say that you're jumping on a trend, but that clock it seems to be able to sum up what we're trying to, the expression, the emotion you feel. How can you be strategically unstable? I think that, when somebody says you're strategically unstable, it takes a while for you to unpack it in your mind. Your brain needs to catch up with that level of insult.
That's so good.
Please, don't be strategically unstable. Is the value that God placed in you, is it showing up? Or do you insult God by not showing the value he has deposited in you? Because it's an insult to God. If he gave you something, he gave you a gift, and you're not using it for the kingdom. So that all glory will go back to him. That's the aim of it. Let's not get too spiritual, but really.
Don't worry, I'll give you offering after this. I'll give you offering.
Thank you. Pass the offering basket. Right? What else did I say? You can let me see, you can package. And I think I was so frustrated yesterday. I made a video about this. that I'm going to put on Instagram. So you can package, but please let your packaging have content. We're not hating on the packaging game. Package, type, rub powder, smell nice, look nice. But please, let there be content. Let it have small weight. Let them not blow you and you have gone like chaff in the wind. Right?
Sorry, Hannatu, just before you go ahead, for those who are watching on YouTube right now, they can start to drop their own highlights from the sessions in the chats. Yes. Please, while Hannatu and I are having our very beautiful panel session that we snuck into the conversation.
We snuck in by ourselves.
Yeah, we snuck in here. Please feel free to drop your light bulb moments. What stood out for you yesterday? What were the things you will never forget? What are the lessons you are going to share with your friends, your colleagues, your neighbors,
your ancestors,
and to see your ancestors? But they need to Referral-Worthy. I refer you to my ancestors. They did a good job. Right? So please make sure that you drop your comments on YouTube, and then we will hopefully read it from there. All right, Hannah, over to you, please.
Yes. No, that's really it. And you need to remember that your name travels, character travels. It travels. It goes to rooms that you're not there. So something somebody mentioned was that your name is either coming up or it's not. You need to sit down and think about that. You need to sit on that. Is your name coming up, and what is it coming up for? Just like Adeola mentioned, when people leave you, how do they feel? Do they feel like, oh my God, this is a hidden gem? Or do they feel as if this is a waste of space? Or like we like to say in corporate space, a pure, previously unidentified recruiting error.
I love it.
Are you laughing?
I love it.
I remember the first day I heard that, I was like, what?
You need to send that to me. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna put it on my status.
And then I don't put me in trouble.
I love it.
Oh my God. So as we wrap up, let me just tell all of you, don't be pures. It sounds really pretty, but please don't be a pure.
Please no. Absolutely not.
Honestly. And I'm like, last question, Adeola. We promise, last question. But
yes,
I need you to get people hyped, let people know what to expect. One word, or let me know, Keju. How do you feel? Or how can you describe how you're feeling about today?
Let me try my best to put it all together. I feel expectation-gasticalistic. To create my own word. Meaning my expectations are out of the world. It starts from an E and it ends with a C. That's what I'm going to say, right? But essentially, I am completely full of expectations. I'm waiting to learn a lot of things that are going to make me referral worthy and help me also speak to my community of women, right? To join this community so that we all together can succeed in the God-given mandates. In our kingdom mandates. That will be it for me. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Adeola. Before you go, let's quickly read. I'm going to read some of the comments. Are you looking at YouTube? Okay. Let's see. Somebody said, never make the person who referred you regret doing so. That's a good one. That's who. Victory.
Good one. That's a good one.
Yes. Sarah says revelation being strategically unstable. Felicia says to be a referral-worthy woman, you must have value and you must be trusted. Deborah said competence, value, character development, and yes, my dressing. Looking forward to the free ebook. Yes. Dominion is not passive. This is Bolaji. Dominion is not passive. It's active governance. Yes, that's very true. Let me see who else. And some people are just following in. Fantastic. Yesterday I had notes and it was a confirmation. So Sharon says it was confirmation that she's right on track. There's more work to be done. There is more work to be done. Elle said having an audience with no purpose makes you irrelevant. Makes you irrelevant at your ordained time of announcements. That's very true. And oh yes, we're talking about some people. Gifts opens doors, but characters keep the door open. Or in some cases, they keep you in the room. So yes. Thank you, Adeola. This was fun. I had fun. Did you have fun?
I did. A lot of it. Thank you, Hannatu. You're such a pleasure to be with. Thank you.
See, that's how I make you feel.
You make me feel amazing. I love it.
You make me feel.
I will refer you. I will refer you. I promise.
You see. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Back to our housekeeping rules, right? As we get ready to honestly start the day. Please, like I said, get your notebooks, get your pens. If you haven't invited somebody, why? Why are you selfish? I'm sorry, and it takes nothing, really. Post it on your status, put it on Instagram, like it, share it, repost, whatever it is, but invite somebody. You know people that need this, so please invite somebody. Wherever you're joining us from, we know that today is powerful. We ask that you please subscribe to the YouTube channel. There's a little button right there, just hit subscribe. You will know when things come up. You will know the next events we're having. You will know everything you need to know. Just subscribe, and we promise it won't be a waste of time. Let me apologize to everybody that didn't get the access to the link, to the book, to the online course, the coaching program. All 3 links are going to be either shared by email today, and our admin team, that's right, that's them in yellow, Purple Orchid Project, they're going to share it again today. So worry not, you still have your free gifts. We're not changing our minds, we're not wicked. So you'll still get your free gifts today. Share the YouTube link, like I mentioned earlier. Please share it on your social media. Spread the word, invite it on your WhatsApp group. WhatsApp is a powerful agent. You need to learn to use it. It's not just for pressing phone and chatting and sharing emojis and memes. WhatsApp is a powerful agent that you can use to just connect with people and invite people and let people know what you're doing. If you haven't followed Purple Orchid on Instagram or even Ijeoma, please follow her. Follow all the speakers. Obviously, they're dropping nuggets every day. Follow the speakers. Follow anybody on the lineup. Just go and start to follow them one by one. That would be really helpful. Take a selfie of yourself. We want you to do that today, please. Today is Saturday, so you're not in the office and you're not going to look strange just picking up your phone and take a selfie. So maybe we should do that now so that you guys don't forget. So pick up your phone if you can. If you're using a laptop, fine. Or borrow somebody's phone in the house. I'll wait for 2 seconds. Pick up a phone, and let's take a selfie of yourself with the screen, and you're going to post it and use the hashtag. Do you have your phones? Yes, in the comments. Yes, yes, yes. Hanatu, wait for me. Somebody called me Hawa in the comment section. My name is Hanatu. Do you have your phones? You have your phones. You have your phones. Is that a yes? And then I need you to just take a selfie of yourself. Now I'm trying to adjust my phone. Take a selfie of what you're doing. Make sure that we can see in the background the purple orchid. And please post it on Instagram. Post it on Instagram, post it on your WhatsApp status, wherever it is you need to post it. But please use the hashtag Referral-Worthy Woman. Referral-Worthy Woman. Have you done that? I hope you have. I hope you have. All right, fantastic. Yes, I'm getting comments that you have. Referral-Worthy Woman. REFERRAL Worthy Woman. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Let's get more people interested. Let's get more people joining. Let's get more people, we don't want to be selfish. We're not selfish. Referral women are not selfish. Oh, there's an echo. Referral women are not selfish. We don't gatekeep. We don't gatekeep. So yes, please post. And we're ready for our first session. Are you excited? If you're excited, let me see a heart emoji. First session, you're ready. You can't wait. You have your notebooks, you have your water, you have your coffee, you have your tea, right? You've finished your selfie. All these assignments I've given you this morning, you've done them. Let me see in the comment section, you are ready for the first session before I bring our first speaker up. I'm not seeing the yeses in the comments. Yes, yes, yes. I've gotten my water. I've had my bio break. I'm ready for the first session. I have my journal. I have my notebook. I'm still saying wait for me. You are ready, ready, ready. We see people ready. Okay, fantastic. So we're going to have a voiceover, but our first speaker is she's embodying the very idea of credibility, influence, leadership. She is the convener of this. She's the one that sat down, had a story, had the burden, and decided to put this together for us. 20 years too late, according to Adiola, but better late than never. Better this is done now. And to be honest, there's nothing's ever late in the kingdom. Nothing. This is the right time. This is the perfect time. She was waiting for you on the group chat. She was waiting for you. She was waiting for you to get to this point where this would be useful. She was waiting for me to get to this point as well, right? So we're going to listen to the video announcements of our convener, Ijeoma Nwakuche.
Now introducing the founder of the Purple Orchid Project and the Referral-Worthy Women Conference. Ijeoma Nwakuche is an accomplished energy strategist, business leader, and trusted advisory expert with over 2 decades of experience shaping Nigeria's energy landscape. Her career spans oil and gas, power, commercial operations, and strategic advisory, with a distinguished record of contributing to and leading multi-million-dollar gas infrastructure and energy transition initiatives. As managing director of MML Consulting, Ijeoma works with organizations to unlock performance and position for growth. She partners with leadership teams to optimize resources, strengthen operational efficiency, and build investment ready enterprises, guiding businesses from strategy to execution across human capital development, operational transformation, asset optimization, and capital mobilization. Beyond the corporate arena, she is the founder of the Purple Orchid, a values driven platform dedicated to raising women of competence, character, and credibility. Women she describes as referral worthy women, or Danielas in Babylon. She is also the convener of the Referral Worthy Women Conference and author of the Referral Code. Ijeoma holds an MBA from the prestigious Said Business School, University of Oxford. Through her work in business and leadership development, she is championing a powerful idea. The true influence is earned through competence, strengthened by character, and sustained by credibility. Please welcome Ijeoma Nwakuche.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness. Look at this. The chat is buzzing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Worthy Women's Conference. And I was just listening to Hanatu and Adiola, and I was just laughing. I was like, these ladies are dragging me. Hanatu said 20 years too late. Hanatu, how can it be 20 years too late? When did I start the journey now? I had to enter into proficiency before I'm able to give of what I want to give. So please stop dragging me on social media. But I know your intentions are well-meaning. I hear what you're saying, which is that this message is an important message. And this message has to be said, has to go out to everyone. Every woman has to hear it. What does it take to be a referral-worthy woman? How do you build legacy from competence and character? It's very important. And I feel like this is something that is not taught enough. Everyone just assumes that people should know what to do. And so there's a lot of focus on technical skills. There's a lot of focus on things that are like strong. We have to talk about more serious things. But these things are the serious things. And listening to our speakers yesterday, my goodness, did you hear what Apostle Isi was teaching you on how to attain dominion? That you shouldn't be playing small. It's high time that you stop being a local champion. You have to arise and be a global phenomenal, because that's what God has called you to be, right? And then she just taught us how to navigate the courts and the rooms that will lead you into a place of influence by character, by confidence, and with conviction. I thought that was so powerful. I was blessed by Apostle Isi's session. And she taught us what truly matters, which is these things that we're doing, fantastic, fine, and good, but that it is the seed of God inside of you that causes you to enables you to do it, right? So that seed of God inside of you, you still have to grow it. You still have to ensure that you bring the right vessels and container for you to be able to express the gifts of God inside of you. And you have to take it back to God. And then I was so thankful for Shola's poem, The Forge. Shola, God bless you. An original poem, spoken word that was done all around this. Everything, the concept was built around the referral worthiness, and that was amazing. That was very inspiring. And then the panel session, my goodness, Bralade, Folusho, and Dolly just took us to another level. And I'm so grateful for the discourse, what it means to show up, what it means to be the same person in the boardroom and in the back room. That was so powerful. How, you should be credible enough that people will stake their reputation on you. And then Uche just gave us practical insights, things that you can go home with, things that you can apply at your workplace, the secret scorecard. What are leaders looking for? You need to know so that when you show up, you're showing up to give them what they are looking for. Are you guys with me? I hope my note is not more solid than your notes, okay? Because if I'm busy coordinating and all of that, I was able to take down all of this. You have to be on top of your game. That is part of stewardship, and that is part of what we're teaching you. I want to use this minute to thank our partners and those that collaborated with us to achieve this. The Purple Orchid Institute is, pushing this, is the front face, but behind all of this, not even just beside us, behind us, above us, beneath us, giving us structure and weight, is the EC Benedicta Institute and the Immerse Coaching Company. And I just want you to know that this conference has been convened because this institute came together, these platforms came together and said, yes, let us do this for women, and let us bring women into a place of knowledge that liberates them to become everything that God has called them to be, to become everything that has been deposited inside of them. You cannot leave this world with everything that was given to you. You pour it out full measure. And so one of our mandates at the referral code program under the Purple Orchid is that we are raising women to become the highest versions of themselves. I'm going to be sharing a bit with you today. I'm going to take time today to teach a bit, because yesterday was more of a vision sharing, to share the stories that inspired the work and how did we get here. It was important for us to share that. And so now I'm going to be speaking on what it means to be referral worthy. Referral worthiness, the activation pathway to arrive at referral worthiness. So to give you the context here, we've told you that there's a place you're supposed to go to. You're supposed to arrive at. There's a destination that is waiting for you. But how do you get there? You get to that destination because you have to follow certain pathway. There are certain actions that you're meant to take. It's not enough to have a vision. What makes that vision come alive is that you are able to execute on the actionable steps to get you there, right? And so that's why you see a lot of companies will have their vision statement and their mission as well. The mission speaks more to the part of activation. And my desire is that at this conference, whether through my session, whether through the sessions ahead of us, and look, we have a lineup of amazing speakers. I am so excited about today. Yesterday was hot. Today will be hot, and we are just going to be, supercharged by the end of the day. I can't wait to hear Rolake Akinkwe Filani speak. I can't wait for the panel session. Luke Tombra is going to be there. Brala Day again. Ivy, my friend and sister from Ghana. If you haven't asked your friends and family to log on, you're not doing right by them. Send the link, spread the word, let them join the conversations, okay? And then, of course, we have Debola Deji Kurumi, aka DDK. She'll be here at the end of the day as well to share with us on what it means to be a person of legacy, the architecture and the blueprint behind it. So spread the word. You have enough time now. I want us to get ready. Now, so I was saying to you that there's a vision and yet there's also a mission. And what takes you to that point from your starting point to the end point are things that you are supposed to do. And so I go back to what I was saying at the start when I said, oh, Hanatu said to me, I should have done this 20 years ago. If I had shown up 20 years ago or even 15 years ago, I may have had a message, but it will not be as strong as this. And I'm just sort of tying it back to what Apostle was teaching yesterday, Apostle Isi Igeneba, when she said sometimes people actually arrive too early at the scene. They don't have the weightiness required for the audience they've been given. And so there's an audience there, there's a lot of noise around them, maybe something threw them out to the limelight, but there's no weightiness, right? And then after a while, they're just under the spotlight, there's scrutiny, and then you see that sometimes they're not able to withstand it. There's something that Dolly, one of the speakers, said to me last week, which was very profound. She said, there is a character required to hold your competence. There is a character required to hold your competence. It's not enough for you to have competence. There is a character that you have to have that is like a structure that keeps it in place. And so I'm going to go through my slides so that I get into proper teaching mode. Referral worthiness activation pathway. Please, can I have the next slide? Okay. Next slide. So there are 5 pathways to attaining referral worthiness. Media, please, can you take my slide 1 at a time? So it's slide 1 that we should be looking at. Thank you very much. Now, what have you been given is the question I have to ask for you. These things that we are talking about is not a high and lofty thing that you need to go and look for somewhere far. You know, when people start to talk about attaining greatness, building legacy, growing in influence, being a person whose name is mentioned in rooms, sometimes women begin to shrink and think, I don't have what it takes. Look at Apostle Isi, look at DDK, look at Nkoyo Ube, who is one of my panelists as well today. I remember now that I was trying to remember, I was missing someone's name, and now I remember who it is, right? Look at all these wonderful people doing great things, and you just begin to feel like you don't measure up. But today, I'm trying to teach you that what we are asking you to do is to draw from the seed inside of you. It is something that has been given to you. Something that is uniquely yours. It's inside of you. You don't have to look far. So my question to you is, what is in your hand? Now, that thing that is in your hand, it could, when I was thinking about it, I wrote something. I said it's something that Nigerians will say, follow come. You know, sometimes you run into someone and the person is so articulate, the way they talk, the way they can string their words together. Like my sister DDK, when she's talking, there's no pause, she's using big words. There are some of these things that are follow come. In your family, you find out that maybe your dad was articulate, your mom was fluent, and you've always just spoken well. It might be your ability to write. You were in secondary school, in primary school, you write an essay, everybody in class writes the essay as well, but everyone is talking about your essay and they're like, oh my God, this essay is so interesting. I remember it used to happen to me. I had a few friends in secondary school. They would ask me at the end of the exams when the script come out that they want to read my essay because they were like, oh, it's so interesting. And then you take some of those things for granted. Some of those things are things that are natural giftings. You have some children, they are able to take a computer and piece it apart, or your printer, there's something wrong with it. Before you can say, Jack, they've opened it up, they've opened the printer, they've set the ink, they've, technical skills come naturally to them. There are some that have high interpersonal skills. Like in your house, they know you because of your child. There are some people here, right? So they don't know your child because of you. They know you because your child has navigated the courtrooms of being social. So you go to school and everyone's like, is that Machi's mom? Is that Machi's mom? You're almost drawing your identity from that child because that child had that thing inside of them, their ability to, be not just a networker, but to interact with people, to engage with people. So some of these things, as I'm saying these things and I'm dropping these examples, I want you to stop and think about, what is that thing that people have always told me that I do well? It might be conflict management. There's trouble at home, and every time it's you that your siblings are calling. Or even your father will say, please come and talk to your mother for me. These are the things that come naturally to you. I'll move to the next one, right? As I'm saying it, write in your journal the things that you can think of. Don't go far. Write in your journal. Now, there are some that I call you borrowed them. They were loaned to you. So I'll give you an example. You may have grown up in a house where you have a very tech savvy brother. You may not necessarily have been tech savvy, but because you were there with him, you see the way he navigates technical things and somehow you pick it. It's like, I always use this example. These boys that are traders in Onitsha, and they live with their bosses. They call them Nwa boys. So they're growing up in a house with a man who owns a multi-million-dollar business, massive market stores in the market in Onitsha main market, and then they gather this group of boys together. The boys stay in their boys' quarters. They're teaching them business, but they're not just teaching them business as I'm teaching you now. They are discipling them. It's like a discipleship. The boys abide with them there. They're in the house with them. They go to market with them. They hear them on the phone. They hear them negotiating with China. They hear them talking to Switzerland on how to wire their money, China on how to ship the containers. All of this, they hear them talking to logistics company on everything. And by virtue of immersion, they learn the business. It may not have naturally come to them, but because as a young age, an impressionable age, they were exposed to that, which is why it's important what you expose your children to. It is important. If you want them to become a certain way, create that atmosphere for them. You want them to be avid readers. You don't have a library in your house. You don't have a book in your house. You spend all your money at Christmas buying Christmas gifts as opposed to buying books for them. You're doing it the wrong way. Create an environment for them that makes it natural to them. That thing becomes natural to them. So the one boy that I'm talking about in Onitsha, by the time he's 16, he's already thinking of how to go to China. You that you're 40, you're like, China. How will I go to China? Where will I get visa from? Who will I talk to? This 16-year-old boy is just waiting for his boss to release him. He already knows who he will contact in China, how he will get the container down, where he will open the store. It has been loaned to him and he received it. It's similar to what is gifted to you as well. Sometimes it's gifted to you in this kind of setting, but sometimes it's gifted to you as well. Maybe you're in the workplace and then you come into a position, you're working in that position, a position opens and they're like, you know what, instead of us to bring someone else, come and do it. You're bold enough, courageous enough to say, okay, I will do it. They train you on the job. It's as though they gifted you an opportunity to grow in a certain area. And then you take it, right? So this is what your seeds are. The things that come naturally. And let me tell you why I'm taking time to talk about it. Sometimes we take it for granted. Sometimes we don't realize that it's there. And we just feel like, surely everybody knows this or everybody has this. No. There's some things that I do on social media with ease or with my phone. And then I have some people close to me. They're like, how did you do this? How did you? I'm like, no, it's easy. Just, And it's like, no, it's not easy. It's easy to you because it is follow come, or it has been gifted to you, or it was loaned to you, right? But it's not easy to someone else. Now, which takes me to the next stage, identification stage. Please, can I have the next slide? Your identification stage. So now it is also called a resource stage. The first stage was a seed, like your raw material, right? Now this is resource. What does it mean to have a resource? It is something that can multiply it's a supply of wealth. It is a supply of value. That's what a resource is defined as. You can have a raw material, but if you don't identify it as a raw material, it's nothing to you. It's like for many years, countries sit above oil. They don't know that they have that natural resource in there. And then maybe the international foreign companies have done some seismic survey and they can see that, if there's oil in Nigeria, there is a potential for oil to be in Cameroon or something because they share the same geographical borders. And then, but of course, there's a border externally, but under the ground, there are no borders. The same boundary lines are flowing, the same fault lines, all of that. And so they will come and say, let us mine here. Let us do a seismic survey. Let us drill and let's do an exploration. And then boom, you now suddenly find out, there's diamond in this country. There's oil in that country. There is titanium in the north of Nigeria. Look, so it now becomes a resource. How do you identify it is the key question. Now, there are ways to identify it, and I want you to still take notes. The first one is sometimes you have to identify it by yourself. You realize at a point in time that, I know how to do this thing easily. This thing is easy for me. Because like I said, sometimes you've interacted with people and you see that it's not that easy for them to do it. You start taking note of that. I shared a scripture with you yesterday. I shared again on my slide today. Identification, Galatians 6:4-6. It says, the TPT version says, make a careful exploration of yourself. Sometimes we explore social media with expertise, excellence, and ease, never spending time to make a careful exploration of yourself. You have to have a PhD on who you are. Some of us cannot do PhD like Bralade and Ivy, who you're going to meet today. Maybe there's no time, maybe there's no interest, but you have to have a PhD on yourself. You need to know the things that you can do with ease. You open one eye, and then if with one eye closed, you can get it done. Uche, yesterday, who by the way is my sister, you may have noticed because we look alike and we talk alike. She said something, and it's so true. There are certain things that you don't need to think twice to get done. When I got a call yesterday that one of my speakers couldn't make it, I just picked up my phone and sent Uche a message. What is fun is that my friend Nkoyo sent me a message and said, ask Uche to take the session. There are some people I can't try that with. I'm telling you, I know they won't be ready. It's not because they are bad people. That's not just their area of strength. I just picked up a voice note and said, Uche, I know you're born ready. Please get ready. You're going to be taking this session because my speaker is trapped and she's not going to be able to make it on time for the session. She just laughed and said, you're not serious. Okay, I'm ready. I just need to clean up one or two things on my slide. And that was it. Boom. She came and gave us an amazing session. So identify it yourself. Sit down with yourself, people. Stop looking for company sometimes. I crave alone time sometimes. Begin to write. Begin to think about your life. Be introspective. Think of your journey from childhood, secondary school, university, the things that you come naturally to you. Take note of them. Well, I'm teaching you the things that will help you to arrive at legacy. Visibility doesn't just happen overnight. There is a value system that drives it. Excellence elevation doesn't just happen. Oh, one day you just find out I've blown. Don't be deceived in this era of social media. Some days you look and say, all of a sudden I just started seeing this person online. It's not all of a sudden. If you check well, the person has been digging roots. Dig down there. They've been setting foundation. Yesterday I was speaking to someone, I can't remember, one of my people, and I was saying that, it's like when you're building a house and then you're setting the foundation, you're spending a lot of money, you're buying cement, you're buying concrete, you're buying sand, you're buying gravel. Inside this massive, you're paying for laborers, you are spending a lot of money. It's a massive building. You will be there for maybe months. There is money bleeding from your account. Nobody can see the building. Nobody. Your account is drained. Your time is drained. Nobody can see. Why? Because you are building foundation. Now, at a point in time, after you've built that foundation, one day, all of a sudden, people are passing and they begin to see a building pop up. Excuse me. They begin to see a building pop up. In fact, nowadays, when people are building, they cover it with some sort of a screen. And then one day, you think it's an advert. You see Davido's face or one brand something. It opens up and you see this magnificent building, beautiful lights, nicely finished, world-class architecture. That's what happens when you're building in the secret place, right? So you get your foundations right. Now, when you get your foundations right, people will now begin to see that elevation, right? Okay. Then there's another way to get yourself identified, the recognition stage. We're still on here, resource stage or recognition stage. Don't get confused. This resource, it can be recognition, it can be identification, any way you want to call it. You meet trusted friends and family. Who are the voices speaking around you? If you have siblings that are speaking, tell them, what do I get right? Or sometimes they say, they was like, I know my sisters will tell me, oh, IJ, this thing, you do it easily. You know how to connect words, or you're very witty, or they will say something and my response to it, they'll be like, oh my God, I love it. This is why I like IJ gets it. She knows how to put it together. There's a skill there. It's a skill set. Your parents, the things they've told you about you, your friends that are close to you, the voices that speak into your life, they will tell you those things, right? You need to be now intentional about listening and hearing. That is the aim of this session. Your coaches and your mentors, those people that would pull out what is inside of you. They're not giving you anything extra. It's what's inside of you that they're drawing out of you. Sometimes when you go to start at the gym instructor will tell you, because he's like a coach, okay, you know what, let us start with aerobics first before we do strength training. Because he has looked at your body frame and he has seen that, or maybe let's do strength training first before you do aerobics. Because he sees that you need a bit more muscle to be able to carry or to be able to get the stamina required. Coaches and mentors will play that part for you. Okay, other trusted voices in your life, right? And here you could have your pastors. In fact, before that, the voice of God. If you're one of those people that you are able to sit down, listen, not just pray, pa, 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 and then you leave, and then you're not waiting to hear from God. What is God saying to you about? And sometimes you're like, I don't know what that looks like. It looks like your inability to sleep until you do the Referral-Worthy Woman Conference. That's what it looks like. Because I have done many things in my life. My 20 years, I've done oil and gas as a contractor. I've done oil and gas as contract services. I've done oil and gas as multinational. I've done as indigenous Nigerian. Now I'm running my own consultancy firm. We are pushing gas projects. We are speaking to state government. We are helping the private sector. In all of this, I have no satisfaction until I touch Purple Orchid. And sometimes I'll give myself the excuse, I'm busy and this. You will not sleep. You will not sleep. So that internal voice inside of you, okay? And then sometimes that feedback comes in a hard way. It could be an appraisal from your boss. It could be a 360 appraisal from your peers. It could be your colleagues. You need to take note of these things, okay? Identify them and then hold them as this. You see my magnifying glass. This is beautiful. It shows you the beauty of the crystal. Maybe if you don't put a magnifying glass in it, you don't see the beauty inside of it. So I'm going to go to the third one. Grow it. Next slide, please. Grow it. And that's cultivation. Where, look, we are together. And speaking about cultivation, in my notebook is grow it. But when we are packaging the slide together, we give it a good language. That's all part of what we are teaching you here. But it's the same thing. Your ability to now take those things you have learned and what do you do with it? Don't just sit on it and say, I've had this idea. I know that I can do. Expand in capacity. I'm going to read a few things I wrote here for you. Expand in capacity. Get trained. Train yourself on it. Nothing comes to you by you. There's nature, but there's also nurture. And the people that you see excel in an area in life is those that have found that combination of nature and nurture. They are able to nurture that which has been given to them naturally. Right? So, for example, now, I know I've been in the workspace. I've been working for many years. I think I had worked for about 15 years. And then I get into this role that was a big role. It was several levels higher than I had. Like, it was as though I got a 3 times promotion. And I get into this company. And even though I'd been working for like 15 years, I had experience, I had expertise, I had competence, professionalism, all of that. In a sense, I felt like this is such a senior management position. Am I ready for it? You have to be truthful to yourself. If you cannot be truthful to anybody else, be truthful to yourself. You stand up in front of the interviewers. Yes, I can get this done. You're convinced you can get this done. But sometimes you go home at night and like, what have I gotten myself into? You have to be that person. You cannot always be coasting in an area that is too comfortable for you. You have to take on things that are bigger than you. What have I gotten myself into? Right? Then you now sit down and you now say, okay, what do I need to do? I feel like I'm here. They require me to be here. What do I need to do? So get yourself trained. What did I do? I used myself by my hand. I brought out $2,700 and I paid for one management course in Harvard, 3 months, management essentials. Don't think too far. I'm in management, I need extra management skills, or maybe just to validate what I even know, and I do it. That is what it means to grow it. There's an intentionality required in you growing what is given to you. Sometimes don't just wait for organizations to train you. It's good when they do, if you work for a responsible organization that trains you, but sometimes bring out your money. That money you use in buying hair, cloth, designer handbag, take it and train and invest in yourself. If you cannot invest in yourself, who will invest in you? When we started this conference, I just brought out money and said, this money, we are going to use it for this conference. Let's not talk too much. We are going to do this, pay for that. I'm grateful for the volunteers that I have, but there are some services that are paid services. You have to pay for it. Then you have to honor the people that are going to come and speak for you. They've come with their hearts and they've come as free will. And we've done this thing for you, free. You did not pay for it, but is it really free? It's not free. Someone paid for it. Someone is paying for it on your behalf. The speakers are paying for it. They're spending their time. They're bringing out the richness of their resources. Some of them get paid for this thing that they're coming to give to you for free. Some of them get paid a lot of money in their coaching because there is value and the women of value are ready to stake their money on it. Some of the people are paying Naira for these things. It was the minute I dropped my money into it that I saw that people start calling me. I know this thing is a lot. Take and pay towards your graphics. Take and pay towards this. You have to invest in yourself. Stop looking for people that will invest in you. This give to gain. Look, I heard a version of it that was turning my head a bit. Someone said at the conference that is why they are telling people that give to gain means that organizations should learn to give women. Bosses should learn to give women so that they can gain from the women. I was like, this is a different concept. Oh. They had good intention, but that entitlement mentality is the problem that a lot of us are suffering. Please, someone has to keep me honest with time. How much time do I have? Okay. That entitlement mentality is what is keeping a lot of you bound in complacency and mediocrity. You don't want to do anything for yourself. You're waiting for someone to do something for you. Please, my sisters, rise up and you will be the person giving. From that you will gain. How do you give? Accept difficult tasks. Volunteer. You heard Folusho Badamusi speaking about volunteering. Yesterday, someone told me about a woman that we know, our family friend. She volunteered for a massive project that is making waves in Africa. And when the convener, the founder of that project, went abroad, somewhere within Africa, to go and see the people on ground, they kept asking her of that person. They kept asking, like maybe one of my team members that has been working with me now. And then I travel somewhere and they're like, what about Chinwe? What about Chinwe? What about Chinwe? And so she left there thinking to herself, who is this Chinwe? Because she's a big woman. She's facing the world. She's facing the globe. There are people working behind her. But the people she went to see at the people that matter, the stakeholders, were telling her about a volunteer back end that she did not even know. So she had to ask, who is this lady? They brought her. And then she now said, I am putting you on a full-time employment. Come and man my office for me as my chief of staff. Look, the Bible says that a man's gift will bring him before kings and not men. Diligence. What's that scripture on diligence? See ye a man who is diligent in all his ways. He will stand before kings and not mere men. So you need to take note of that. Accept difficulties. Not when they call you now be forming false humility. No. It's humility, I know, but I combine humble and humility to drive the point home for you, right? Take up speaking engagements. Sharpen your presentation skills. Sharpen your technical skills. Prune it. If there's an area you don't get it right, get it right. Ask for feedback until you learn. Sometimes you receive the feedback, it's scratching your body, but receive it. Receive it. Thank you to all my friends that messaged me and said they won fantastic. IJ, well done. But see, take note, this happened. The links weren't dropped. Please make sure that your team members drop it. Make sure that they are logged in as Purple Orchid. Make sure that it's clickable. These are people that are looking out for you. Some of them are, when you're receiving the feedback, you're tired, you're stressed, receive after you've gone through the stress, sit down, receive the feedback, gather yourself together and prepare yourself to be better. Have you heard me? Sometimes you even hear it from naysayers. Actually, that's under recognition as well. Naysayers, those people are like, what are you feeling like every time you're always posting? You just want to be recognized. That means you're getting something right. Take note of it. It might, you might feel one kind in a moment, but take note of it. For them to notice you, there's something that you've honed. There's a skill that you've honed there. There's something you have there. Okay? Consistency. Don't stop. Show up in and out. Whether you feel like, whether you don't feel like. Set up appointments for the things that you don't even feel prepared for. That's the only way you get it done. Fireside chat, we are there. Zoom live, we are there. Just show up. It is consistency that will build you and will grow you, make you stretch in capacity. It will make you stretch in capacity. I tell people that my Oxford journey seemed as though I was going to do an executive MBA, but I felt God was setting me up to just teach me what it meant to stretch further in capacity, because you did not have a choice. They set a deadline for a course, you must submit it. That means if you had to stay awake 3 nights in a row, I did 48 hours, no sleep one day. I just to get it done. And my husband will come and say, I saw you sleeping on the living room chair, though. Because he just doesn't believe that I was awake. I was like, it's not me. It's not me you saw, you were dreaming. But when I finished that journey, traveling every month, coming back, juggling children, juggling work, doing this, 2 years, I was like, how am I doing this? But when I finished, God said, you see now that you have capacity. I said, yes. He said, okay. Anytime I send you an assignment you don't do, just know that it's because you don't want to do it. Because see how you executed excellently, finished your program, 2 years, graduated, proud of yourself. I said, yes. Anytime they call you in ministry, people of influence, Mantle of Deborah, Apostle Isi, to travel, I don't want to see. But the next trip me and her did, Saudi Arabia. I said, Lord, okay, yes, we've grown the capacity, we go. So you have to stretch yourself. Consistency, I've said that already. Then build the character to carry your competencies, right? Integrity, honesty, empathy, emotional intelligence, your personal brand. There are just some things that you stop it. Stop taking yourself for granted. Show up well. Uche spoke about it yesterday. Show up well. Please. Get your hair done. Wear your outfit. It doesn't have to be designer. It just has to be clean and presentable. You know what fits you. Package yourself. Stop going to work with this laissez-faire attitude. Don't do it. You have competence. People like you. People said you get the work done. Fantastic. But please, there are certain places they will not take you into. You will end up being the errand girl. Who spoke about, I'm just the errand girl of God? One of my speakers spoke about that yesterday. You will be at the backside of the wilderness. They won't bring you forward. They wouldn't. When they're going for the big deals, the big conferences to close the deals, or the big meetings, they won't carry you. There's a place I worked in. There's a project ongoing. I'm not on the project. When it is time for them to travel, they call me to come and go with them. Why? Have content and have packaging, like Felicia said. Everything is required. Why do brands bother themselves repackaging? Why do they bother? Every month you will see Ariel will change the color of their package, or Coca-Cola will change the size of their bottle. Meanwhile, these are known brands that people will buy, even if you tie it in nylon. No, branding is important. You have to, and some of these things we teach them at the Purple Orchid Institute. So you need to sign up, because I bring experts in that will come and tell you what it means to have etiquettes in the workplace, how to have workplace ethics, how to present yourself. I have people that come and teach you the brag skills, your ability to communicate, because that's another thing. I'm going to have to wrap up quickly because no one has even given me a cue, but I suspect I have like 5 minutes left. Okay, now contribution, that's what you give. We have now come to the gift again. Everything that you have received, you give it. Give of it. That's the way that you know that you have gotten things
Yes, we seem to be frozen for a bit, but just stay tuned. We're working on getting Ijeoma back right when she got to the best part. So stay tuned, ladies. All right. While we wait for Ijeoma to come back, let's see who wants to type in this comment section what you've learned so far. Because honestly, that was a lot. That was a lot. Nice, simple, clear instructions. I saw what comes naturally to me. And I saw that Charity put out, she wrote it there in the comment section. She said, I stand out to my class. How is that my seed? And I think we need to, Purple Orchid, we need to put the link so that people know that that's part of what you learn when you join the cohorts. That's part of what you learn, right? What is your seed? What do you know how to do best? What comes naturally to you? For me, making new friends, making new connections, doing this comes naturally to me in my mind, right? So ask yourself, what am I really good at? Or another way you could ask yourself this question is, if I didn't get paid for it, what would I do for free? What can I do for free without getting paid for it? Right? That's something you can ask yourself. That's something you can ask yourself. Okay. And then what are the resources I have? Have you identified your resources? One of the ways I've identified my resources and my strengths is Gallup strength training. I was just chatting with Folisho after yesterday's call and said, oh, I need to unlock the rest of my strengths, right? Do you know what your strengths are? Do you know what your weaknesses are? And it's okay to know your weaknesses. It's honestly okay to know your weaknesses, because how else are you going to improve on them? How else can you work on them? And as I speak, I'm going to head to Shola, get ready just in case IJ is not coming back right now, so that we can do that transition and maybe we'll go back to IJ. Okay. And the third thing, growing and cultivating. How much time are you dedicating to cultivate and grow yourself? This is where a lot of us struggle. And when I say a lot of us, I'm including myself, honestly. Being really honest, let's be open. You know, we said we don't gatekeep here. We're not gatekeeping on this call, right? How much time are you spending to grow yourself? How much effort? How much money? Some of you is the BSc that you've left with 10 years. I can see Adiola already laughing with me, right? The BSc you left school 10 years ago. That's it. You've stopped. You're okay. You're satisfied. It doesn't work that way. You need to go to school. You need to get coached. You need to get trained. I'm not saying you have to get a coach. Don't take it out of context, but it's a good idea. People that have been that way, people that are able to guide you. If you want, you could get a mentor. You could join the cohorts, which is one of the things IJ is going to come up and talk to us later on in the course of today. But there are things you might need to do just to make yourself be a bit better, right? And I think one of the things that people struggle with is worrying that you might have to pay for it. So sometimes it's usually the finances. People worry about the finances, right? Or the cost of it. To start with, look around you. There are many free classes. There's so many. Before you build your muscle, your resource muscle, to start to pay for things, look for the free things available. In this era, you can't say you don't know what to learn. Everything is online. There's so many things online. So stretch yourself. What's your business? What departments are in your organization? What can you learn to be a better person to go to the next level? That's what you need to look at. And then she talked about consistency, showing up well. Adiola and I spoke about it earlier. We spoke about it earlier when we were saying, how do you show up with the value God has given you? Are you consistent in what you do? Being not consistent is when you're strategically unstable, right? So how are you consistent? Are you consistently showing up looking good? Can they trust you to show up in the nick of time or at the last minute? Can they show up? Can they trust you to go to representation at work? Can you be trusted? So those are things you need to really think about. And then finally, contribution. It's not just about learning or hoarding it. You're not a lake. That's the word. You're not a lake. You're a river. As you get, you give. As you gain, you give. As you gain, you give. Adela, do you have anything to add?
Yes, Hanatu, you were making such amazing points. And one story stood out for me from what Ijeoma shared this morning. She said, I paid $2,700 to go and get management essentials, even though I was already in management. And I think we need to highlight that, because a lot of young people and maybe even middle-level managers and even managers already feel, I'm doing this thing. What else can they possibly teach me? What else is there to know? However, she said something again in that sentence. She said, perhaps even to validate the things I already know. So if you did not hear that part, or if maybe you were, like I like to say, maybe if you were frying plantain when she was talking, you are wrong. Come back into the room, you're wrong. But whatever it is you were doing, if you didn't hear that part, no matter where you are, ensure you build capacity. Take your own money, train yourself. Don't wait for the organization to post you, to send your name, put your name in a list or something like that.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. I see that IJ is back.
Is she? Fantastic. Hi.
Wednesday, my people, you guys are too much. Please clap for yourself. Everyone needs to clap for you. You see, this is what we are talking about. You have to be born ready, because now we just had a blackout. That this is Nigeria, and I'm like, no way. Just this 30 minutes I'm giving, but you see, my people rose up and then took the stage. So for me, this is a practical example of what we are teaching you. Circumstances, situation, environment may not always be perfect, but you have to just be equipped, be resourced. See now, one of the resources I have in life, people, and people resourced. I have solid people all around me. Thank you, Hanatu, and thank you, Adiola. That was amazing. At a point, I was like, they should not even stop talking. Let me just listen to them, because they were preaching my own message better than me. They were teaching my course better than me. So thank you. So where was I? I said give of what you've learned, right? Can you hear me? Give of what you've learned. And you know, there was something good that Hanatu said actually, which I omitted. Learn your weaknesses, very important, so that you're not blindsided by it. And then you know that this is an area that I don't have strength in. You get people that have strength in that area to support you. That's why collaboration is a beautiful thing. You might find out that you're good in generating content and curriculum, but you're not good in media and marketing. What do? Collaborate with people, and then together you get it done. Whether it is in your work or your mission, your mandate, your personal life. That's why sometimes we also have to get lesson teachers. Because if you're, some moms are very impatient. You're trying to teach the child is not understanding, and before you know it, buzz, and then your relationship between you and your child is being fractured because of schoolwork. Please just peacefully bring out small money or big money and pay a teacher to teach your child. So you need to know what your weaknesses are, know where you don't have capacity. That way you strengthen yourself as a woman. Remember, we're talking about capacity or competence and character that will attain referral worthiness, that will take you to that place. Okay, so I said gifted, show up, volunteer, do work that is even beyond you. I've been called to speak in places that when I finish, some people around me like, all this free talk that you're always going to give, when are they going to pay you for it? But I was in a season where I said, okay, this is something that I know I have to do. This is something that I enjoy doing, pouring out and giving of what I know. I'm not going to come and be giving you rate card from the get-go, right? I'm going to give it to you, give it to the world, give it to the community that I've been called to serve. When it is time to charge for it, you will know. But in a season, you are called to give. At work, you are called to give of your time. Work is service. There's something Apostle Isi always teaches me, right? And she says there's a word that was used in Egypt when the children of Israel were being in that phase where Moses went to say, let my people go. And every time he said, let my people go so that they can serve me. If you have various versions of the Bible, you will see that that word aved, I think is a Hebrew word, had different translations. So depending on the version you're reading, sometimes you see, let my people go so that they can. Sometimes go so that they can go and like it was service, servanthood, work, all of it inside the same word. All all the same. That's why I say to you guys, stop separating your marketplace mission from your life. Like, it's all together. The Bible says, whatever you do, do unto the Lord and not unto man. Right? So you're in your workplace, you think that you're just going to show up and be mediocre because I don't even understand this company, I don't like the manager, I don't like the CEO. That's wrong. It's better you resign and go and do something you really like to do, because that is like sin to the Lord. You have to show up well and do it unto the Lord. So that means you have to be on time, you be punctual. That means you have to be professional. You don't just behave anyhow. That means they give a deadline, you meet the deadline. If you can't meet the deadline, you communicate properly. You prepare your slides, you show up when you're supposed to show up, and be everything that you've been called to be. And the final thing is gain. Gain. Media, please follow me. I'm at number 5. I was at number 4, gift. Now this is gain, right? Now, this is where a lot of people want to arrive at. All the visibility, all the elevation, all the credibility. Let people put their name behind me. Let them back me up. You have to arrive at it. It just doesn't happen. People might, like your family members who love you and share the same womb with you, can do that for you. They can help you just because you are blood. Your spouses can do that for you. Your good friends can do that for you. But if you're talking about the level at which we are telling you about, which is legacy building, which is influence, which is dominion mandate, my dear, don't deceive yourself. You have to follow a pathway. Gaining comes from your ability to give. Giving happens when you've grown that thing. Growing it happens because you have identified it as a resource. And then it is a resource because it is a seed that had been given to you, gifted to you, or loaned to you. I hope you're tracking with me, right? So, my people, I would close with saying to you, I like giving practical examples. The Referral-Worthy Woman Conference, from start to finish, as God is my witness, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Now, my friends can attest to this. It started with an idea. I was on a call with Shola Amaraibi, who is my spirit sister, accountability partner. We were talking about our life, mission, mandate. We were doing a strategy session. I'm not teaching you something that I do not apply. This strategy session, not corporate, I've done corporate strategy session for my company. I've done all of that. The church strategy sessions, ministry, we've done all of that. I was doing a personal Ijeoma Miriam Nwakuche strategy session with Shola Amaraibi. And we're saying, so what is God saying to us? Coming out. When is the course coming out? We were doing this, and then in all of it said, okay, you know, March is International Women's Day on the 8th of March. I was like, Shola, use it as an opportunity to give people, give people an opportunity to learn it. We're already going to do some things in March, so let's use the opportunity and do this thing. It's part of the mission that the work that you've been given. You've told me about the restlessness of how you need to do A, B, C, D. So I said, okay, a fleeting thought. Oh, my sisters, accountability partners, very important. Who are the people that are in your circle? Who are the people that are speaking to you? Who are the people that you are bouncing things off of, right? I drop it into the group of my accountability partners, my sisters, my spirit sisters, a sisterhood of strength and valor. And I said, I'm thinking of doing an International Women's Day conference to teach women what it means to be referral worthy. These are the dates that I'm looking at. Please, can you let me know if you're available on these dates? That is what I'm telling you, that this seed is it's not something that is far. It starts from an idea. I'm talking to people that are going to speak on the conference. I didn't have to go far. I'm not looking for someone that will give me the number of the MD of the something bank. No, I'm not looking for someone that will give me a number. Everybody that is speaking on this platform has a personal relationship with me. That is why we were able to pull off what we did. Everybody, because there are a lot of speakers that you need to get into their calendars 6 months in advance. The speakers that we brought here, please, my brothers and sisters, the few brothers that are on, go and research them, read about them, read their profiles. You will see that there are people that are sought after. Rolake that is speaking today was on CNN yesterday. One of my people sent me a link, like, one of our speakers on CNN. I said, these are the kind of people. You have to surround yourself with people that make sense. I've told you, people, one of my resources. And so we put it in there. We began to, okay, let's plan it. Okay, gave life to it. Okay, let's do the graphics. Okay, let's confirm the speakers. And then in 2 weeks, all of this was birthed. All of this was birthed, right? Why? Because we were able to come together and we were able to make a careful exploration of our lives and the things that God has given to us. And then we said, okay, this is an opportunity, and we started to grow it. And and as you're growing something with conviction, you will see a mass around you. It does not look, the way it happens, it doesn't make sense. You will see a force forming around you. Before you know it is a movement, then you realize this is bigger than me. It's bigger than me. And then you now bring everybody together because you have wisdom in Jesus' name. You don't come and say, this is my thing, I just want to be. No, we will not have achieved the scale that we achieved if we did not collaborate. Immerse Coaching, EC Benedicta came, collaborated with us. And then it reverberated the reach and the impact. I'm more interested in that the message goes out to a wider number of people than just that, this is my thing that I did by myself. No. It had this reach because we collaborated with friends and associates that have their own extent of reach and influence. Everybody here has a sphere of influence, and it became a network. That is what the referral code is all about. Imagine a spider web, and then there's a network, and it's growing and it's growing. We can take down my slides now, right? So I want all of us to learn this. I have a few more slides, but it's fine. I believe that I have said the key things that I wanted to tell you. And then hopefully during the conference, I will come again and even if it's 5 minutes, and share a bit more of some of the things I wanted to talk about. But these are the 5 steps you should follow. Put in the chat. I want to see that you understood everything that we gave to you today. The 5 pathway methodology to arriving at referral worthiness. From values to visibility, from excellence to elevation, from capacity to credibility. And at the end of the day, you have people staking their credibility on you, and they will speak for you in rooms that matter, rooms that you've never stepped into. Thank you. And I am very excited to hear the other speakers share with us on what it takes to be a referral-worthy woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ijeoma. Thank you. My goodness, you guys need to give it up for Ijeoma in the comments, please. You need to say thank you. You need to give her heart. You need to give her hand claps. You need to give her the clock it sign, which is very popular right now. But you need to say thank you, because honestly, it's like a blueprint. Ijeoma has given us a very simple, doable blueprint. Right? Very well understood. Somebody wrote it there. Well understood. It's not hard. She didn't give you rocket science. She didn't give you any mystery of the Bible. Simple, everyday things that you can and you should be doing just to become that referral-worthy woman. Thank you so much, Ijeoma. Now we're going to race on to the next thing. And right, Ijeoma has set the tone. She started everything. She's spoken so beautifully. But one thing about this conference is that we know that we're not only engaging in conversation, in strategy, we're engaging through art, reflection, and expression. And if you were here yesterday, you were here when Shola spoke, and it was just really beautiful. And her poetry has a way of capturing just the truth that, we can't really say. Not all of us are good at writing poetry and prose. So our next segment is a special poetry performance by Shola, and she's very beautiful in blending storytelling, identity, quiet strength, and your human experience. Please join me in welcoming Shola Haramabi. Sorry, my apologies. Shola, over to you.
Up next, we have a spoken word artist. Shola Haramabi is a poet, builder, and transformational strategist with over 3 decades of creative practice. As founder of the Firestarter Collective Africa, she works at the intersection of storytelling, identity, and transformation. With an MBA from Paris Da Vinci School of Management and a decade of experience in communications and creative strategy, she pioneered creative tech formats through Firestarter the Musical, merging poetry, theater, music, and immersive technology into a new genre of African storytelling. Through her She is a Voice Foundation and flagship Firestarter method, she expands access for children with special needs while guiding people from insight to embodied change. Please welcome Shola Amarabi.
While we wait for Shola, unfortunately, this is not one of those times that I can't. Adiola, do you know how to read poetry? Do you have any words of deep wisdom that you
No,
can you can share with us?
I've heard Shola's poetry a couple of times.
Mhm.
I've heard her poetry a couple of times, and Shola's poetry is fire.
It is.
Yes, I've been
So
at a
Shola,
couple
we're
of
waiting
her.
for you because we
Yeah.
can't step in on this one. We're sorry.
And but one thing I remember about poetry a long time ago, right? I was in primary school and I heard a poetry that blew my mind, and it was about Sir Cecil Spring Rice,
Mhm.
and essentially was asking us to shine our light. It was
Mm.
asking us to shine, it was asking us to shine our light. And this was about, I think I was in primary 4, so so for anyone, and let me teach a lesson from that
Mhm.
poetry many,
Mhm.
many years ago. I promise I'm still 16, but that was a few years ago,
Are you sure?
I promise you, right? And what a referral-worthy woman will do, no matter what she's doing or where she is definitely shining her light, right? If you're working in your God-given mandate, you're shining your light. If someone refers you and you use your character to stay in that role, you're shining your light. Like Ijeoma said, yes, like Ijeoma said, even if you have talents and you have skills, but you're expanding yourself by building capacity, you're shining your light. And the poetry that Shola shared yesterday, I actually saw it on YouTube. Someone was like, "Oh, that poetry really touched me. I'd really love to know the words of that poetry." I think that Shola is gonna say she's gonna, be with us again, and she's gonna show that. So if you're listening, I want you to pay real good attention. You're gonna hear that poetry in all its glory, and you're going to really, see what the forge is all about. When you hear the forge, Hanatu, do you remember that forge movie? That praying woman and how she prayed.
You're telling them how old we are. You're giving it away.
No, that movie is not old now.
Okay.
That one that they're just praying is not so old. All right, so I think Shola is here now, and she's here to deliver the forge for us. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Hannah.
All right.
I went looking for a woman whose name rang long after she left the stage. I found her sitting by a forge, wiping soot from her hands. "What do we give to be remembered?" I asked. She laughed. "You think this is about giving? Child, sit down. Let me tell you about the fire first. Before the giving, there is a remembering. Before the offering, there is a returning. Before a woman opens her hands to the world, first, she opens to herself. We were called water, set to pour till the cup forget it has a bottom. Its strength, its silence, its grace," they said. "I have been the woman who claps with cracked palms, who gives a light away and still feels guilty for the dark. There is a kind of giving that is not generosity. It's licking, and I am done licking. If the systems are half-baked, we do not wait for them to cook. We go to the forge even when safety is a luxury. We build standards anyway." The woman at the forge picked up her hammer, leaned close and whispered, "Did you know that the fire will test the quality of your work? Now, let's find out what you are made of. Welcome to the forge, where what is raw gets made strong. It's you becoming a weapon against mediocrity. The forge is where a woman learns to hold her shape under fire, so she can hold the word. How do we not shapeshift and go chameleon when the world sneezes? Where is your ground when life shakes you? When economies buckle and relationships crack? When the body you trusted starts speaking a different language, what keeps your feet in the earth? Because a woman without roots is a woman the wind decides for. So you strip. Our mothers strip in the streets, and the streets remembered. They bared their bodies before parliament and police lines to change nations. But there is another stripping the streets cannot do for you. No camera, no crowd, no chanting. Just a woman performing for no one. They strip to say, you will not erase us. I strip to say, I will not erase myself. So I step into the forge. First, I strip what isn't me. You cannot forge what you have not uncovered. I begin where truth lives, in the courage to look. I spot the mask on my face right now. Good girl, strong one, peacemaker. The yes my mouth said when my body screamed no. I find the address of my old patterns. The throat, tight like a door that wouldn't open. The chest, heavy with the fear of being caught too much. The beautiful addictions running me like a prayer. If I am easy, I will be loved. If I am quiet, I will be safe. If I am useful, I will not be abandoned. See, conditioning is not a hallelujah. It is a contract signed in childhood, inked with survivor. And today, I am done honoring a contract I never agreed to. I turn inward, meet the crack at the foundation. This is where the leaking stops. Good, she said, turning the iron. Now, name what's left. That's yours. 2, I name what is. If I take away the mask and do not name my core, I stay exposed but undefined, bound to the mercy of whoever defines me first. So I stand in the mirror, not as a judge, but as a witness to my own unfolding. I name the pattern before it names me. I catch the it before it takes the wheel. I map the meanings in the marks on my palm and the scars on my back. I study to show myself approved, like a scientist studies the weather, not to shame the storm, but to learn when it's coming, so I can stand in the high and win. Then I write a new law, a standard my heart can live out loud. I no longer trade truth for belonging. I no longer trade rest for approval. I no longer shrink or give from fractures. When pressure rises, I do not disappear, I interrupt. I breathe. I choose. I act. I return to keep the promises I made to heaven, myself, and man. No, I don't have it all figured out, but I know the way home, where peace, truth, and strength remain resident when everything outside is shaking. Here I write a new language into law, saying, only what survives the standard will stand. The woman turned the iron in the coals and faced me. Writing is not the test, she said. Living it is. Show me. 3, I claim it under pressure. Who are you when everything in you is screaming enough? When the deadlines moved twice and your body hasn't slept? When the people you carry don't know they are heavy? When every room wants a piece of you and no one asks what's left? This is where what you are made of speaks. You see, I'm often tempted to call one moment enough, the gathering, the tears, and I'm big on insights. But breakthrough is not in the hearing. It is in the small daily choices that nobody claps for. How do you hold a forged standard when the fire is not a metaphor but a heartbreaking call at 11 p.m., a guilt trip from your bestie, the old pull to betray yourself and call it love, or a body that is tired of being brave? I hold the law, not with perfection, but with practice. Paper is patient, life is not. So writing it down is easy. Showing up daily is the test. Here, the standard meets the fire. But this time, I am in the forge. I do not disappear. I do not leak or roll my peers in model spaces. Let the record show I was here. I chose, and the sky does not fall when I raise my head. I do not package my failure or turn the stumble into a sermon. I do not post the lessons before I've lived it. I repair, returning like the righteous who falls 7 times, because the brave thing done later is better than never done at all. This is how a woman knows her life lives proofs, not a highlight reel. A life you can walk through and see what shifted. A standard that held when pressure said bend. With a forged core and steady hands, she builds legacy. She nodded slowly. That, she said, is a woman I would recommend. A woman I would refer, and the world will remember. They said give to gain, but not all giving comes from owners. Many give until the giving becomes their grave. If you give from fracture, you gain nothing. If you give from a self you haven't named, you are handling out pieces of a woman who was never assembled, and we cannot refer that one. So I will not give to gain. I will forge first, and then I will give from the overflow, and what I gain will be worth having, because what I gave was all. Know that what is made all in a forged woman does not end with her. Her children inherit her fire, not her wounds. She strips the mask. She names her call. She claims it under pressure. She stays in the forge. The woman at the forge sets down her hammer. She looks at me the way a woman who has survived her own fire can look at you. Now, she said, go give. You are ready.
Thank you so much, Shola. That was honestly beautiful. Yesterday, there are some things that I had noted down from what Shola had recited, but I've seen some new things that, they just kind of stood out. You will not erase me. I will not erase myself. Did you guys hear that? Conditioning is not a hallelujah. Is not an applause. Don't be deceived when they are being conditioned. It's not. Only what survives the standard will stand. That makes sense. That's a powerful thing. My life is not a highlight reel. That's something you need to think about. Some of you think it's just about, the vibes. Your life is not a highlight reel, right? And who are you when all things kind of fall apart? Who are you in real life? Be true to yourself. Felicia said that yesterday, right? And writing the vision down is easy. The daily actions of showing up, that's a whole different conversation. Thank you so much, Shala. We're going to drop a QR code in the chat. You have a free gift from Shala. It seems like just giving gifts. IJ, like Oprah, this past 2 days, they're just like, giving out stuff, right? So we have 3 gifts from yesterday. Now we have 1 gift from today. And we have another gift, the gift of Bralade, that keeps on giving. That keeps on giving. Yesterday, hi Bralade, you need to unmute and maybe they'll spotlight you for a minute before we go into your panel. Hi Bralade, yesterday was fire. It was honestly amazing. The panel session, like I said when I was speaking with Adiola earlier, sometimes you expect panels to just be, let's just fill time fillers. However, yesterday was fantastic. So how are you feeling today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. There was something you said, Hannah, too. You said you thought you were coming to facilitate. Right? That's what I said. Hey, let me come and support IJ. I'm so glad people are going to be so blessed. People. People. I didn't know that people was me. So yeah, absolutely wonderful. I've had to go back. I've had to listen again. Someone's like, oh, the replay. You better be watching. Keep watching. It's live right now. We'll beg IJ, but you never know. So definitely be ready.
So I'm handing you over for another fire panel. I'm handing over to you for another fire panel, and over to you, Brother D.
Yes. My people, how was the panel session yesterday? Absolutely wonderful. Let me just help you be answering, because I know if you had the mic, you would say more, but we are here for you. And the kind and quality and caliber of people I have for you on this panel, well, you already know. Yesterday, you saw the kind of quality we had. You heard the vulnerability, you heard the authority, the value. Today is not much different. Today, we still have an absolutely wonderful cadre of women coming to speak to you today. Some phenomenal ladies, and I'm about to introduce them now. Yesterday, we talked about the woman on the inside because we wanted you to be congruent. We wanted you to to have the kind of integrity that not only shows on the outside as performance, but that your personality aligns with the performance that you are promising people by interacting with them. You're promising them that this is the experience you have anytime I am on board with you. Today, we'll be talking about the other side, that thing that is inside. How do we bring it out? How do you start to polish the outside? I just spoke about branding, and the women here today will be talking to us about some of these. Are you ready to meet them? If you're ready to meet them, shout it out loud on the chat, in the chat. Let's hear you. All right. I will start with the delectable Tombra. You can see her on your screen. Lady Tombra right here. She's widely known as the Activator. She's a purpose activation coach, best-selling author, and podcaster dedicated to helping women break through limitations and step into their highest potential. As the creator of the Transformative Identity Clarity Toolkit, Tombra has guided hundreds of women to discover their unique identity. You see, Tombra's podcast is not only super successful, she has had over 170 episodes of her Creator for More podcast. And she provides practical insights for women who refuse to live average lives. Put it in the chat. I refuse to be what? Average. So she takes great pride in raising her two beautiful daughters alongside her husband in the United Kingdom, where they've established their cherished home. Wonderful. Good to have you here with us. She'll be speaking to us on activation, courage, and visible purpose-driven impact. Now we go on to our next panelist, Nkoyo Ugbe. Nkoyo is a seasoned business leader with over 18 years of experience in strategic human resource management, enterprise transformation, change management, and project and program management across what? Several industries. I love it when I see leverageable competence. There's no part of HR that she hasn't touched. Enterprise transformation, cultural realignment, talent acquisition, learning and development, performance management. Is like mentioning she's been there, compensation and benefits, but she didn't stop there. She put into practice what IJ spoke about earlier. She's an alumna of the Harvard Business School of General Management Program, a certified project management professional, certified change management practitioner, and a certified HR professional. Also in her other life, it's not her other life, it's congruent, but she's also currently the global operations lead for the Mantle of Deborah, an international and interdenominational women's movement focused on raising women into positions of influence in the order of the biblical Deborah. Nkoyo is also a board member of Deborah's Impact Projects Africa. Deepa. She's happily married as well to Philip Ugbe, and they're blessed with 2 children. Nkoyo will be speaking to us on transformation, capacity, and sustained influence. And then my sister from across the border, let me put it that way, Lady Ivy is an accredited public relations professional and seasoned boundary spanner. And with over 2 decades of cross-sector leadership and strategic communication, stakeholder engagement, and international cooperation. She currently has a PhD in international relations and diplomacy, and she serves as Director for International Education and Collaboration at the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA. Hey, y'all, wait. When she comes on board now, you will see what we're talking about, because what she does at that school is absolutely transformational. And today you're going to feel the impact of it. She has represented Ghanaian institutional interests on several high-level international platforms. She's a certified cross-cultural etiquette and international protocol consultant, a member of the Maxwell Leadership Certified Team, and a multiple award winner, recognized among Ghana's top 10 women in PR. She didn't mention her children here, but I've been privileged to hear about her wonderful daughters, and you'll probably hear something about them today. Are you ready for the unveiling? All right. Okay. As we wait for Lady Ivy to join us, we will get started. How are you doing today, my beautiful ladies?
Doing all right. Doing well. How are you?
No, it's
doing,
giving more than
Brother?
all right. It's giving anticipatory. It's giving, I'm about to blow your minds. Okay, tell the people what to expect from today's session.
Oh my gosh. Can we talk about yesterday? It was just incredible. I listened to the panel and I was just so excited. Even the speakers, and it's just been such an awesome conference. So I'd like to start by just saying thank you to our wonderful convener, Ijeoma Nwakuche. It's been a splendid, spectacular work. I just want to celebrate you. And I'm excited. I'm excited to have this conversation. I was born ready, and I know that it's just going to be so exciting. And more especially here with my lovely sister, Nkoyo.
Hi, Tombra. Hi, Bralade. Is there an
Hello.
echo?
Yes, so I heard an echo.
Keep going. I think maybe someone's
All right.
phone may have been up, but don't worry. When you're not speaking, please go ahead and mute, and that
Okay.
way we should have consistent sound.
I'm fantastic.
Mhm.
I'm happy to be here. I've been so pumped up from yesterday. I've taken a lot and lots and lots of notes. So there's even so much I'm going to be doing going forward. I've learned a lot in just this few hours. But yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing on this panel. Let me get
Absolutely.
someone to check this echo. But yes, I'm happy to be here. Thank you to IJ. Thank you to everyone. And thank you, Bralade. Fantastic moderator yesterday. Looking forward to a great time.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, there's something Koyo just said that is just remarkable now. She said, I'm going to check in with someone who can fix this sound. You know, when people have made themselves gatekeepers, like they're like, anything that's going on here, I can handle it. She's not the convener, she's not the admin, she's not the this, but she has influence and she's going to use it. Those are kind of people you want around you. Thank you for sharing that. All right. I'm going to be asking you a question based on where we left off yesterday. Based on where we left off. And Tombra, I'm going to start with you because you do such work, such deep inner work with women. And many times they don't even know what was holding them back till you step in and you give them frameworks to think through and you teach them in such a way that unlocks something within them. So let's be honest about something that doesn't get said enough. Some women are excellent and still not being referred. And the reason is not always competence. It is something in how they hold themselves, how they navigate relationships, how they leave a room. What are those quiet, invisible things that either build or quietly destroys a woman's referral currency? And I know you have this thing about anchors, right? So you can share from there as well. But what are those things? Because sometimes people don't even know what those things are.
So unfortunately, the way we develop as human beings is when things have impacted us, particularly in our young formative years, it tends to show up in our lives and it shows up as patterns, in patterns. And unless you are aware, unless you're awakened to the fact that some of these things can show up, and they tend to show up usually when you are maybe under pressure. So you can be normal and
Sorry, can you project some more, please, Tamra, so we can hear you?
and you definitely now.
We can hear you, just a little bit more projection, yeah.
Okay, so I was saying that, everything is good, but most times when people become under pressure, when there's stuff that happens and their lives are under pressure, they tend to revert to patterns that were probably, I'll call them like protective patterns that have protected them in the past, behaviors that felt safe for them. And unfortunately, those behaviors, maybe they served them in the past, but they don't serve them in their current reality and in their current position. So unless you are savvy, unless you're constantly auditing your life, constantly looking at yourself and saying, okay, why did I do this? Where is this coming from? And asking yourself those difficult questions, especially after every event, there's a danger that you are reverting to patterns without even knowing it. When it comes to being excellent, excellent, unfortunately, isn't the only matrix, only component in terms of being referable. I was reading the Bible this morning, and I was reading about Job, and it was interesting for me how the God literally said to Satan, "Have you seen my servant Job?" You know, it's one of those internet memes where there's like nobody, and then God now says, "Have you seen my servant Job?" Because he he had seen something in Job that was beyond just excellent. I'm sure there are other people that were excellent. There were other people that were doing great stuff. But Job had something else that was a little bit more. And I call it in this day and age, I think that phrase that will probably relate to a lot of people is what I'll call a scroll stopping personality. Everybody is doing different things, but what is the thing that you will do that will make you really, really stand out? That somebody will look at you and be like, because Job wasn't the only person. It's interesting when God said to him, "Have you seen my servant Job?" The Satan knows, "I have not seen." Satan too all immediately said, "Ah, yes, me too. I've been noticing that guy. I've been seeing him." Do you understand? And he said,
Yeah, he's been standing out.
He's standing out to me as well. But then I will now proceed, had the temerity to tell God that but it's because of the edge that you put over him. That's why he's doing what he's doing. But the truth is that Job, when I was reading it, they said he was blameless, he was upright. That even when his children would go and do things, and he will go and make sure that he would, cover them, make arrangements for purification, just in case they sinned, just in case they did something. I'm not saying that they did, though. So, which tells me that there is
Attention to detail.
of attention to detail. There's a component standing out over and beyond, being reverential. We're in the day and age of where we are now. There's this casualness to everything. Is it not just? Is it not just? But it's being reverential. It's seeing the bigger picture, even from where you are in your own small space, and putting and linking it and saying, if I do this thing here, it has a knock-on effect on this, it has a knock-on effect on this, and being able to say, I will maintain my gates, I will maintain where I am, and I will do it diligently, excellently, because there is a bigger impact. There is something else that it connects to, that if I were not to man this gate properly, something else would be compromised. So I think for me, it is, being reverential, being careful, going over and beyond, and making sure that it's not, oh yes, you were good today, but tomorrow maybe not sure. Just maintaining that steadiness in showing up.
Most definitely. Maintaining that steadiness, a level of consistency, a level of excellence, and almost like a compound effect, right? On today you do it, tomorrow you do it. The loudness of the tomorrows is different from today. So today is like, wow. Tomorrow is like, okay. The next day is like, no, this person is a standout. It's the same act, but the impression that we're creating in minds is exponentially so, because people are like, not only is she able to do it, but then she's able to do it consistently. I love that so much. Yeah. Welcome back, Nkoyo. I want to ask you something. And this is something I find fascinating about the referral code when I think about it. The person who refers you is taking a risk. And Apostle Isi spoke about it yesterday. Dolly spoke about it yesterday. Those people are putting their name on the line. They're saying, I know her. I can trust her with your opportunity. Because remember, sometimes you're referring someone for something that's not even yours. I trust her with your opportunity. What does a woman have to do to make the people around her willing to take that risk for her? So in the cases you've either seen, or in the cases you yourself have been the referee, what is it that you see that those people have held and like, I trust this person and I'm willing to pay my political capital?
I mean, really, the first thing is competence, right? What makes you trust someone is because you've seen what the person has done. It's interesting that IJ shared her story about how all the jobs that she has gotten have come through referrals, because it's the same experience for me. In fact, my very first job, in Guarantee Trust Bank. I didn't even know how my CV got there. I had no idea. I just got a call and I went there. So most of the time when people refer you, it's because of the competence that they have experienced with you. I had an equation, right, that said character times competence times relationships times time is equals to compounding trust. And so you have
Wait,
character.
calm down, because you got to take that again. That is so good. Take it again, please. Are you muted?
In the past referred me to this company. Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes.
Oh, so sorry. Did you hear my equation where I
yes,
said
we did. We did, but we wanted you to take it again.
Okay. Character times competence times relationships times time is equal to compounding trust.
Hey.
Yeah. So it's character, it's competence, it's building relationships over time. And then you have people trust you and then they can refer you. So those people are referring you because they know that you have the competence to deliver on the job and you have the character as well. Because there are times where people have the competence, but they don't have the character, so you cannot refer them. I'm sure you and I know some people that have competence, but you do not refer them because you can't vouch for their character and you don't want to put your own reputation at risk. So that happens. However, I was going to say that sometimes people go ahead and refer people even when they haven't known them for too long. And so that is all about your presentation. How do you present yourself and how do you communicate? Because you see, once you've built the competence, when you have that 2 minutes opportunity to meet with someone and communicate with the person, what is on the inside of you comes out. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine, she worked for a consulting firm, and then the consulting firm got a job with one of the biggest banks in Nigeria to do a leadership development program. And so they're going to have an away day over the weekend. For some reason, she wasn't part of that project, but she was called at the last minute, oh, just come and help us out. She wasn't the manager or the consultant on the project. And she showed up and she went about doing the job, right? Just a support staff, basically. Along the line, she met the MD of the bank, walked up to her and said, hey, can I have your card? And she's like, oh, yes, sir. And she gave it to him and she walked away. He didn't ask her a single question. He did not speak to her. That's it. Fast forward 7 years later, she's going on her merry way. In fact, how I got into this, how I got to know about this, I hired her, right? And I was told, I went on leave immediately after that. And I was told that she resigned 2 days later. And so I call her and I'm like, what is this? And she's like, I've been trying to reach you. I'm so sorry. This is what happened. 7 years later, she has accepted a job, gone on with her life. And then in the course of time, she gets a call from a company and they're like, please, we need to see you. We need to hire you. They didn't even ask her if she was interested in the job. They just said that, please, we have a job for you and we need to hire you as the head of HR in this company. And she's like, what is this about? And then she goes on and then she finds out that this bank has acquired this company. And this man who took her card 7 years ago, he just calls the company and says, I have a head of HR for this company.
He remembered.
This is her number. This is her card. Employ her. And that was it. So they spoke to her and she didn't like the offer. Maybe the price point wasn't, the initial offer wasn't good enough for her. So she went ahead with us because, like I said, I hired her. And then when they got the feedback, when the chairman got feedback and he's like, Why hasn't this lady resumed? I expected by now I should be having a meeting with her. And they're like, oh no, sir, she couldn't resume. He's like, what? And he's like, I'm giving you 24 hours. She should be in 24 hours. I want to see a signed offer letter. And I don't care what the offer is. So they called her back and they're like, excuse me, can you tell us what your offer, like, can you just tell us how much?
Let's just write it.
Let's just write it. In fact, you know what? We're going to send you the offer letter, edit it, and send it back. Edit it, sign it, and just give it to us. That's it. And she's like, at this point, she had no choice but to just, I told her, it's okay, I understand. You get what I mean? I get it. And so there are times where people are referred, even without having the history of who you are and what you've done and all the competence. It's just that what is on the inside of you is demonstrated in a moment. And people who have experience and people who know what to look out for. You know, the Bible says that, seest thou a man diligent in his ways? He will stand before kings and not mere men. The thing about kings is that they can identify certain values from a distance. All the man needed to do was to observe her in a short period of time. And he wasn't even there the whole day. And he knew that there's something about this lady, the way that she's comporting herself, the way that she's organized, the way she understands how to manage the people. It's the kind of person I want on my team. It took him 7 years to have the opening. And 7 years later, he did not care what she was doing at the moment. He said, just
that's the person.
Pay her whatever she wants, get her on board. That's a referral-worthy woman.
Whew. You know, you guys, are you wondering along with me, like, is this real life? Is it real? Because how are people editing their offer letters? Look, one of the things that you will be challenged to do at this conference is to elevate your belief, is to elevate the stories you've either told yourself or the stories that you have heard. Sometimes we have not even had the privilege to hear the kind of inside stories and gist that we're having and hearing on this platform by the speakers themselves, by the people they know, by the experiences they've had. Because what you hear, you can enter. Absolutely. What you hear, you can make your own experience. That's what I'm doing here. Because my next offer letter, guess who's writing it? Yeah.
Yep.
Going along, Tombra, I do want to ask you something. Purpose, you do speak a lot on purpose. And purpose-driven impact, it leaves a residue, kind of like what Nkoyo just spoke about. You just, anytime you think of somebody, sometimes just pick anybody's name on your mind and just think and note the feelings that are evoked within you. A purpose-driven person leaves a residue. Everybody leaves a residue, but a purpose-driven person leaves the residue that even them, they know. This is what I left with you. Something that stays in the room after you've left it. I mean, you worked in different companies, you've served different organizations as a consultant, you've coached many different women. What is that residue? And I'm speaking now for the people listening. What is the residue that you want to leave? And when your name is spoken in a room you know nothing about, what do you want the person speaking it to say? Not just about your accomplishments, but about the quality of your presence and your purpose. There's something you do with your women. You do these affirmations, you do these beliefs. Maybe you can start from there. Tell us about it, because there's something that by the time somebody else is saying you, because you already know it, it's something you speak, is a residue. So please speak to that.
To see it on the inside first. I just wanted to say, just to Nkoyo's point there, it's so interesting because when we gather like this and we're talking about referral code, referral worthiness, and it's really interesting, but like the way you were saying, some people might be thinking that we're just talking. It is a real thing. I can never forget the time I went for an interview that somebody had referred me for. So said, oh, my friend is looking for blah, 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 blah. And I got on the interview and I had prepared, when you're ready, oh yeah, let's go. Where do you want to come from? And the person just says to me, I'm not going to interview you because of the person has already said, so this is not an interview. I just want to find out when you'll be ready to start. And I dropped
Somebody put in the chat, is this live? Yeah. Please carry on.
I dropped the phone and my husband said, what happened? Did they say they don't like you? Why did you finish so quick? This one. I said, it wasn't an interview. So this is real. And to the question you just asked now about what is that thing that you live, I believe it's really an essence. When people meet your essence, and I think Dolly was talking about it yesterday, a lot of times we think it's role specific, who I am as a mother, who I am as a HR staff, who you are is actually the essence underneath all these roles you manifest as. It's the essence underneath it. And if that essence is driven by excellence, if that essence is driven by determination not to compromise, if that essence is driven by the desire to always go over and beyond, to think wider, people will just think broadly. Just that's, in fact, I'll give this as a quick one. Everyone that's listening here, one quick thing that you could do to stand out in your organization this week. You know what's going on in the Middle East conflict. Think about the Middle East conflict. Think about it through the lens of your organization. Because it's going to have knock-on impacts. If oil prices skyrocket, it's going to have knock-on impact. So whatever sector that you're in, somehow, the people that you serve are going to be impacted by that. So if you will just sit down and maybe just do a tiny little paper, put something together and say, this is what I am thinking about. This is what I see. This is what I think is coming our way. Based on our vision, based on our objective, this is how I think we can mitigate it. But a lot of times people think it's not my business. I'll just sit down. It's this culture of mind my business. And when in fact, we've actually been told the opposite by God. Mind your father's business. What is your father's business? We've been told the opposite. So it's all of us really coming in to say that this thing, wherever I am doing, whatever I am doing, it is unto God. Except you say you're not doing. I'm not doing, let me leave it. But if you are there, like Joseph, wherever he went, there was something that followed him. It was that excellence, that spirit of wherever I am, there is peace. Wherever I am, there is order. Wherever I am, there is organization. Wherever I am, there is diligence. There is, that can-do mentality. And I think that's what it is. I've forgotten the question you asked me. Go back. Did you say purpose? I should answer.
Yeah. No, it is about that. Knowing, not just living an essence, right? Maya Angelou said it's not about what you say, really is how you make people feel. So she knew when I open my mouth and you hear my words, not just my words, the texture, the power, the transformation. Something will happen to you. She knew that. So it was an experience that she knew that as I'm living here. So many women don't know sometimes what is that experience people are having of me because they haven't curated it. So what I wanted you to speak to, which you most superbly have, is that how do they know the kind of residue they're leaving with people? So I think you've done that really well. We don't want to be lost in this thing. We don't want it to be chance. We don't want it to become prayer points. Prayer points in terms of, there's an angel somewhere that's about to make it happen. We talk about angels traveling with our name. It's true. But do we know what the angels are carrying to travel? There are some people, the angel is carrying their names and coming to tell you. They are trying to say, don't hire this person. So don't feel like, once an angel is carrying your name, it's only good things. No. And sometimes angels are carrying your name and they're going to say, hire this person as an accountant. Meanwhile, you wanted to be the relationship manager of the whole bank. You don't know. So it is that deliberateness to say, this is my essence. I'm going to so curate it. Toma, can you just give me maybe 2 or 3 of the statements that you and your women speak at the beginning of some of your sessions?
The first one is, I am worthy. Am I worthy?
No, you have to say it the way you people normally say it.
I am worthy. Yes, I am worthy, and my worthiness comes from who I am in God and nothing else. So I make it super clear that anybody that starts to evaluate you, anybody that starts to say, oh, maybe, it is out of their pay grade. Your worthiness has been decided from the day that you were created, the day that sperm hits this thing, the reason that you're here, it's what necessitated the creation of you. So I always make people understand that you don't go and start to fluctuate. Oh, this person said I'm nice. This person gives me feedback. You saw what I just said. Feedback is data. It is not the thing that makes you sit down and say, oh, my life is over. No, it's just, just data. So when you know that your worthiness is settled in and of you, it is not dependent on what people say. That one is just jara. I think PI also yesterday. Then you know that you are solid. The next one is, I am loyal to my future and not my past. Let me tell you something. Too many people are loyal to their past. Maybe you are looking at your rearview mirror and you are caught up in applause, accolade, or you're caught up in shame, or you're caught up in regret. But God is like, there is so much work to be done. If you think about it like a book, there are new pages to be created in that book. Let's get to creating. I am loyal to my future and not my past.
What about the light one?
I'm light. Anybody who contacts and engages with me must be better because of it. Any single human being, for the very fact that you engage with me, must be better because of it. And I say that this is the lens. And what we do is we actually install it as an operating system. You know how you take your phone, Apple, and it's the operating system. Any other apps you put on top of it. It is the base understanding about yourself. And going to this point about people not knowing themselves. I think that's the great service that you can give to yourself, your God, your generation as a minimum. Nobody should know you more than you. Like, you should know you should have a P in yourself. Who am I? What are my strengths? What are my values? How am I showing up in the current season of my life?
At a minimum, nobody should know you more than yourself. So put in the chat, I'm installing an operating system. Do you see the boldness she used to say those things? I'm light. Imagine you're walking into your office, I'm light. Imagine you're opening your business doors, I'm light. If you encounter me, you will be illuminated. You will see things you've never seen before. You will be brightened. You will be bettered. Hey, no, that is a perfect lead into Nkoyo's question, because you spoke about being loyal to your future and not your past. And sometimes some referrals we've had in the past almost want to hold us hostage. You should feel proud to say no. See the way that lady said no before? You should feel proud to say no to some things, not because it was not a good referral. The person didn't mean you good, but there's a future you're headed to. Guess who knows that future? You and God. You don't even know the full extent, but you should know it more than other people. So there's something about transformation. There's something about not just being referred, but being referred for what is in alignment with your future. So transformation, which is one of your specialties in Koyo, because you've been across several industries, which is interesting because you've grown. There's a version of transformation that expands your referability. If somebody was referring you yesterday for compensation on benefits, they're like, oh my gosh, she's added these other experiences. She's gone to Harvard. She's leading a ministry, all of those things. There's a version of transformation that expands your referability. And there's a version that quietly erodes it. That version where you start tinkering with things, there are some ethics matters, there's some other issues with performance, So the woman who grows in ways that make her more trustworthy, more capable, more whole, her name travels further. But the woman who changes in ways that make her unpredictable, or hard to vouch for, she loses this referral equity. And that's what we're building here. We're not coming to lose it. How does a woman transform and grow while protecting, even deepening the trust that others have placed in her name? And you can use your experience because you've been from industry to industry, business to business, but somehow you are known across the industry and your discipline around the nation and indeed the world. So can you speak to that?
Thank you. One of the two things I would say on this, one is progressive competence and mastery, and the second thing is evolution. And so if I start from progressive competence and mastery, there is a need for continuous self-development. You cannot stay where you were 10 years ago. What got you to where you got to 10 years ago is not enough to get to 10 years after now. And so there has to be that continuous development, adding something to yourself, learning new skills, learning something new. What is changing in the industry? What is changing in the market? How can I be more relevant? What else can I learn? Build new capabilities, learn new things, become a master at something. And so that competence must be progressive. You don't build competence in a day and then stay there. You have to build and continuously build on it. And when we talk about evolution, how do you evolve over time? The more that you live, the more that you know yourself, the more that you understand yourself better. You then know what works for you. You then know where you are going to. It's progressive. And I mean, if you look at the iPhone, just a few years ago, I used to hear about iPhone 4, iPhone 5. Today, we're on iPhone 17 Pro Max. Pro Max, right? So where is your Pro Max? Where is the 17 version of you? Where is the Pro Max version of you? As you evolve, you need to evolve over time. And that's how you're able to sustain. It's that transformation in yourself, even as a human being. You're probably taller than you were 10 years ago. You're probably wearing a different cloth size than you were wearing 15 years ago. Even without doing anything, your physical body is transforming. Why would your mind not transform? Why would your skills not transform? So you must have that progressiveness in building your competence, and then you must evolve as a person if your name is going to continue to move from one place to the other. So the last thing I would say also about that is, wherever you find yourself, seek to create value. And that's something Tombra touched on a few minutes ago when she talked about what is happening in Iran. In whatever way it is, seek to create value. It is that value that you create. And you see, the more that you create value and the more that you get recognized for it, the more your confidence grows. So someone listening to us here might say, oh, well, these ladies have 20 years of experience. They've done so much. They are, occupying these positions. I'm just a young starter and, I don't know how I'm going to do this. You start from somewhere. We don't despise the days of little beginnings. You will start from somewhere. I remember when I got the first time I went into consulting, I was bent on going into consulting. And why did that happen? Let me digress. Give me 2 minutes. A friend of mine, interestingly, called me up and said to me, KPMG is recruiting. He was working in KPMG, and you need to be part of this. I see the young ladies, they are so smart, they are so sharp. I think this is where you need to be. And come and submit your CV. I didn't have a CV, I was a copper. I said, I don't have a CV. He said, I'm going to draft your CV. All right, so we stayed on the phone. Tell me your primary school, and he's typing it. Tell me your secondary school, and he did all that. Long story short, I went to KPMG. I wrote the test, and I failed the test. When I failed the test, I was told by KPMG, once you fail our test once, you can never come into this company again. So it's over, goodbye. So when I got to the test place, we were in a room and there was a glass wall separating us. So I could see the ladies in the office doing their regular jobs. And you see, that was my first time of seeing women look so smart, like young girls like myself, look so smart, little shirt tucked into a little skirt with their little shoes. I was born and raised in Calabar. In Calabar, when we go to the offices like the banks, there are much more older women you see in the workplace, right? I'd never seen young, sharp, smart-looking girls, and that is the honest truth. And so that picture that I saw in KPMG, I told myself, this will be me, come rain or shine. I'm going to be one of these ladies. Unfortunately, I wasn't prepared enough and I failed the test. And that's when I told myself, I'm going to go into consulting and I don't care what happens, I'm going to go in. I got into banking. As I started banking, I started trying to get into consulting, and that's how I landed myself in Accenture. So I left my banking job and took a pay cut. I was earning 175,000 naira in Guarantee Trust Bank, and I left to go take a job in Accenture at 69,000. Why? Because this picture that I had
were loyal to your future.
I was not going to let go of it. And so if you're a young lady watching us here, watching the speakers yesterday, watching us today, we are giving you a picture that is going to inspire you. Do not let that go. That inspiration, just those pictures of those ladies, I don't know any of them, I just saw them through a glass wall, is what inspired me. And I said, I'm going into consulting.
Wow.
I remember when I got into Accenture, my first project I landed, my manager said to me, hey, you go and develop a competency assessment framework. I didn't know the meaning of competency.
Look at responsibility.
I did not know the meaning of framework. The only word I have ever heard before that time was assessments, you know, like the way we do assessments in secondary school. And I'm like, how am I going to do this? I was going to class. I was going to the office on Saturdays and Sundays by myself. Nobody sent me. I was learning. I was. Yeah, this is 2000. Yeah, this is about 20 years ago.
Yeah,
we had this e-learning platform, and I was going there. I was studying and studying, learning. I knew that I had a deficiency because I didn't even understand what I was being asked to do. And when I asked the manager, I'm sorry, sir, I don't really understand. Can you explain it? You know what he told me? He said, I don't understand it myself. Go and figure it out. So, and that's it. And so
my.
You have to put in the work.
Yes.
You have to put in the work, you know, and be progressive. And then when you achieve one step, don't rest on your oars. Be progressive. All right, I've gotten here. Fantastic. Clap for myself. What next? What else can I add to this? That's how you transform.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And our time is up. This is quite, you know, I was going to say unfortunate, but it's not. You've gotten what you need. And when you go back over this, you will hear even much more. I was going to ask Tombra later about how visibility and how to position yourself. She coaches people on how to set up their books, their podcasts, many things. She has those coaching systems and frameworks. I was going to ask Bambi, what do you do when you come back on Monday? This Monday here, because what we're doing is going to be not something in the sweet by and by. No, it's going to be something we start off with again. Some of you have businesses from tomorrow, but they will tell you either in the chat or maybe they might give you something like Dolly has before. But I really appreciate you women for stopping by. I mean, you mentioned something about AI, Tombra. So I want to tell everyone here, you have zero excuses to have anything that sounds less than professional while you have ChatGPT, while you have Claude. Your presentations should be breathtaking, just like you saw IJ's one, you saw Uche. All of those things begin to matter and begin to allow people to have material of yours that they can use to be entering those rooms. This has been such a demonstrative panel session that spoke to what was inside you that we talked about yesterday. Today, they fleshed it out and talked about how you can appear as that person. I really want to thank you, Tombra, and thank you, Nkoyo, for stopping by today. This has been an exceptional session. God bless you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much. Can we give our panelists a round of applause in the chat? Say thank you, Bralade. That was awesome. Well done. Thank you, Nkoyo. Thank you, Tombra. Thank you so, so much. Did you get notes? I hope your notes are filled out right now. I hope you're filling out your notes right now. Where is your Pro Max? Somebody put it in the group chat. Nkoyo had put something. She said character plus competence times relationship times time is compounding trust. I loved that. I really do love that. I am worthy and my worthiness comes from God, right? Progressive competence and mastery. So many nuggets. When we're done with this, you need to come back, listen again, just go through everything and take new notes. And like Brother said, by Monday, we are executing. So if you're committing to execute, please put it in the group chat. Monday, we move. Just write it there. Monday, we move, because we know we spent the weekend learning. We spent the weekend just being poured into, and God forbid you gatekeep and you don't execute or show that you've spent all this time learning. We're going to move on very quickly to our first keynote of the day, who is a personal friend of mine. I love her, and I'm always getting in trouble with her. But Rolake Akinkube Filani is a real life celebrity, because like IJ said, she was on CNN just yesterday and I was shouting like someone that didn't have control when I saw her, right? And she's going to talk about credible capital, building a reputation that outlives your role. So I want you to, in the group chat, please welcome our speaker for today, Rolake, and we're going to play her introduction. So media, over to you.
Our next speaker has moved over $10 billion in energy deals across Africa, and she makes complex finance sound like the most compelling story in the room. Rolake Akinkube Filani, MD CEO of Energy Inc. Advisors, is a leading African energy finance expert with 18 years of experience structuring over $10 billion in energy and infrastructure deals across Africa. A former head of energy at FBN Quest Merchant Bank and senior Africa advisor to IFU, she also led a landmark 350 billion naira oversubscribed capital raise at a tier 1 Nigerian bank. She holds an executive MBA from Triumph, serves on the boards of Olon and Up Energy, and is recognized as Energy Executive of the Year 2025. Please welcome Rolake Akinkube Filani.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say I count it a huge privilege, which I don't take for granted, to be on this conversation today. You'll never believe it. I literally got off a flight from New York to London about an hour and a half ago. So I ran to the hotel room at Heathrow Airport, settled down, literally off the plane, dolled up my lipstick a bit, put on the wig, combed it out so I could be ready to go for you, because nothing in this world would make me miss it. And especially because I am truly honored to be supporting my sister and friend who I've come to know over the last couple of years, Ijeoma and the team at Purple Orchid. Thank you so much for the opportunity. When I look at all the amazing women on this platform, I'm truly, truly humbled. And my prayer is that every single word that I drop today will be meaningful and transformational, and that it would plant a seed in one woman's life here today. So I want to start with a little story. Since I talked about the fact that I just got off a flight from New York to London, you're probably wondering, what did she go and do in New York? So interestingly 2 weeks ago, and I've saved the text messages, I got a message from one of my colleagues. I sit on the board of Save the Children International. And in fact, I was also at their board meeting in Geneva. Her name is Teresa. Teresa sends me a message, and the message reads on WhatsApp: "We are seeking a private sector speaker who can speak to efforts to reduce inequalities and promote the safety and dignity of women and girls within extractive and energy transition contexts in Africa. Do you know anyone with a US visa planning to attend the conference Committee on the Status of Women in New York in March? I'm looking for a female expert working on energy and extractives that I can recommend to a very high level panel. Please DM me urgently." The event will hold on so and so, cost will be covered for a flight and accommodation. They're looking for a Nigerian and would like inputs as soon as possible for decision tomorrow. Please send LinkedIn if interested. So Teresa forwards me this email, this message, and says, hi dear, would you be interested in the above? I shared your profile and Ineka asked if I could share your email address. So to cut a long story short, I accepted. This event was in New York. About 5 days later, I got a message from the former ED of Wimbis. Many of you will know Hansa too. And she says, she got this message, good morning, Rolake, I trust you're well. Please, will you be attending the UN Commission for the Status of Women this year? She forwards me a message somebody sent. We are seeking a private sector speaker who can speak to efforts to reduce inequalities and promote the safety and dignity of women and girls within extractive and energy transition contexts. Long story short, we went back and forth and figured out it was for the same event, ladies. I'm sure many of you who understand the importance of reputation and credibility are familiar with this pattern. The fact that two distinct individuals, Teresa, who is Kenyan, my board colleague and Save the Children International, and then Hansatu, the former ED of Wimbis in Nigeria, who doesn't know Teresa, both thought for such a high-level panel on this particular topic, in this particular industry, on this particular issue concerning women, a Nigerian female speaker, the person we need to have is Rolake, two separate individuals. And ladies, I can tell you that I've got these sorts of messages time and time again. Why do I set this context? I'm setting this context because I want to bring my own personal stories and experience here around credibility capital. And this is where I want to start today. The reality is credibility capital is the accumulated trust, authority, and professional goodwills that others hold on your behalf. And we'll come to why that is important. I just want to check that the organizers are actually sharing my slides or this is being shared on my behalf. Can I just check? I don't want anybody to miss anything here. Okay, I can see that it's being shared. So let's move to the first slide here. So there is a conversation happening right now, pretty much like the same conversations that were happening in rooms that you're not in, whether it's a boardroom, it's a corridor after a meeting, on a WhatsApp thread, as I've read to you, between decision makers. And your name, I repeat, your name is coming up. Someone is asking, what do you know? Who do you know that could lead this? Who do you trust for this role? Who would you stake your reputation on? So, ladies, the question is not whether your name is being spoken. The question is, what are they saying? That is the essence of credibility capital. It's not what you say about yourself, but what others say when you're not there to defend, edit, or explain yourself, right? Let me tell you another story. It's not really a triumphant one. It's a slightly embarrassing one. So not long ago, because I do a lot of events, I arrived late to an event. It was the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, and I was asked to moderate a panel, and I had got the time completely wrong. So, you know, when you have this genuine mix up in time, maybe the calendar invite says 2 p.m., but the event actually starts at 4 p.m. or something like that. And so here was I, just still at my office. And then by the time I arrived, I was on my way. The organizers were besides themselves. The phones were ringing, messages were coming in. Everybody was panicking genuinely. But the part that really stayed with me is this. The reason they were panicking was not because they were upset. It was because they said, this is so unlike Rolake. They couldn't reconcile the idea of what they knew of me. I am always on time. I am never late. Punctuality is my watchword. So their worry was rooted in the expectation that I would never do this. So actually the panic was more around, is she okay? Because we know Rolake to be somebody that turns up on time, somebody that's always there. So as uncomfortable as it was in the moment, because I was embarrassed about being late and I had a genuine reason, it was also one of the most affirming professional experiences that I'd ever had, because it told me that somewhere quietly across the years of showing up and constantly delivering, I had built credibility capital. I had deposited it. And it was one that meant that my absence was actually conspicuous. My lateness, my tardiness was unusual. And even my unreliability, it was just beyond their wildest imagination. And this is exactly how credibility capital works. right? It's not what you say about yourself, but the standard others hold of you on your behalf when you're not in the room. And in Proverbs 20:22, verse 1, for those of you who are people of faith, whatever faith you may be, in the Bible, Proverbs 22:1, it says, a good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold. You don't even have to be a person of faith to feel the truth of that. In any language, in any culture, any boardroom, a person whose name carries weight. I'll say that again. A person whose name carries weight walks into rooms differently. You don't need to announce yourself. Your reputation actually arrives first and it goes ahead of you. And so I want to spend this morning using an analogy with a woman from the Old Testament. Please excuse me. I'm not yet on the referral-worthy woman slide. So just let's hold on a moment before we move to that slide. It is the story of Ruth, right? She was a Moabite, a foreigner in Israel. And let's think through this when we think about being in rooms where we don't seemingly deserve to be. Ruth, according to the Bible, had no title. There was no inheritance network. There was no daddy's or mommy's connections. She was widowed. She had no family name. She was in a strange land. She arrived in Bethlehem with nothing but her character and her commitment to a grieving mother-in-law. And that mother-in-law we all know was Naomi. There was no strategy, no platform, no LinkedIn profile, although we do need that, and I'll come to that later. She only had her conduct. If there is one thing all of us leave this earth with, last, is your conduct and your character. So that by the time a man named Boaz encountered her in the field, he already knew who she was. Now, this is a very important point, because whilst we're talking in a professional context today about credibility capital, how it helps you advance your career, your business, even in the context of relationships, ladies, I will let that sink in a bit. It is extremely important. And what Boaz was saying to her is, I've been told about all you have done and all the people of my town, they know you, you're a woman of noble character. She had not even introduced herself. She hadn't done any self-promotion. She hadn't done any sponsored ads. She had not announced her values. She had demonstrated them. And that reputation arrived before she did. For me, that is the original referral-worthy woman, right? So let's look at credibility capital a bit. And because I'm a finance person, I was really drawn to this topic option when Ijeoma gave it to me. So I've said credibility capital is accumulated trust. So when I'm thinking capital, think of money, right? Think of a deposit, something that accumulates over time, right? It's authority, right? You have authority, and then you have goodwill of other people. It's important to bear in mind that credibility capital cannot exist in isolation. You are credible in relation to another, or in relation to another person, or in relation to a particular context. So credibility capital, think about the meaning of capital, money, something that has value, that can generate returns for you, that can grow. Like a bank account, every time you, Hanatu, Ijeoma, Uche, Tombra, whoever, every time you do what you say you will do, you're making a deposit in that capital pool. Every time you deliver with excellence, nobody's chasing you, you're not being reminded, you're making another deposit. You're handling a difficult situation with integrity, even when no one is watching, you're making a deposit. And what do deposits do? They accumulate over time. As somebody who is finance, you can trade with your deposit. You can benefit and get returns on the back of your deposit. And every time you overpromise and underdeliver, you're making a withdrawal. Every time you cut corners, you're making a withdrawals. But guess what? This particular credibility capital is different from others, right? It's different from the financial one, the one in your bank balance. And the major difference is this. Listen carefully. Only the people around you know how much is in that balance. I'll repeat it. Only the people around you know how much is in that balance. So think about it for a second. Imagine you're somebody who over the years, you've been accumulating good. And you've even done some worthy causes, done some great things. You're not even aware of it. But one day it comes back and it speaks on your behalf. Just imagine that picture. An account that you've accumulated, it has funds in it, it has deposits in it, but you don't know the balance. You can't even check that balance yourself. It's only when the time arises for that to be leveraged that you discover that actually, you know what? I had $1 million capital with Hanatu, and I did not even realize that I did. because you've accumulated it over time. So here are the 3 pillars, and I'm sure you've had much of this talked about today, but I'll try and present them in the way I know how. So let's move on to the next slide. Here are the 3 pillars, which from my own experience in the energy and investment space, trust in that space is currency. Your word has to be your bond, because these are spaces that are highly competitive. I have observed that it rests on 3 pillars. You've heard this said today, time and time again, yesterday, competence. Do you know what you're doing? And do you keep learning? Just now, the last speaker talked about it. Consistency. Can people predict how you will show up? Are you the type of person who, when they're talking about you, they're constantly saying, no, that's not Rolake. That's not the IG I know. It's not possible. They give you a long rope. You deposit what one of my great mentors calls relationship equity. You have equity. And think about capital is about equity, right? You have ownership in a certain image of yourself. And people own that image of you because of what you've done over time. And do you know why consistency is particularly important? Consistency is particularly important because on the day that you're not up to par, on the day that you're not yourself, on the day you can't be bothered, because ladies, guess what? We all have those days. People will still give you a long rope because you have relational equity with them, right? And then, of course, character, you're doing the right thing, even when it costs you. And look, all these 3 things need to be operating. Just think about them as the 3 C's. The Bible in Proverbs 22 says, do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. They will not serve before officials of low rank. That's a literal translation. So if you take away one of these 3 things and the structure weakens, you can be brilliant. Have you known many brilliant women and inconsistent? Let's even take it away from the professional circle. Let's think about some of our musicians. Those of you who listen to Afrobeats, those of you who went for Dirty December concerts over Christmas. Don't lie. I know some of you went for Dirty December concerts over Christmas, right? Think about the musicians who you thought maybe their skill is not even so high, but you know that when they say they're coming out at 10, they're coming out at 10. They're not coming out at 3 a.m. Meanwhile, think about those musicians, and some of them will remain nameless, right? Ladies, think about those musicians, most talented. They've got the accolades globally, but they disrespect their audience. Complete disrespect for their audience. Complete disrespect for the audience. Think about it. And I'm not going to mention their names, but we all know them. So what happens after a while? You stop showing up for their concerts. People don't take them seriously anymore. And you can be brilliant and inconsistent. And what ultimately happens is that people will find you exhausting. You can be consistent, but lack character. So people will use you, but when it comes to staking their lives on it, they won't find you trustworthy. So you need all these 3 things working together. Skill, genuine skill has to be developed. It's what opens doors, right? It's what opens doors. It has to be developed. Your consistency, your competence, your character, it has to be developed. Ruth had all these 3. She was competent, she worked diligently and effectively in Boaz's field, to the point that even the foreman noticed and reported back. She was consistent because she showed up every day in the same spirit without variation. It wasn't always about her feelings. And this is a really important point because I've seen too many women in the boardroom, and some of us have fallen victim to this. The tendency to get emotional about things and forgetting that actually what our professional spaces and platforms reward is competence. It's very important. And she had character. She had already chosen loyalty to Naomi over comfort long before anyone was watching. So these 3 pillars have to work together. Your brilliance will get people's attention. Your character will, at least at the very least, secure their trust. Only when you have both do you even get referred. And in order to get referred, you have to be credible. So let's talk about how credibility is built. In how you can actually build credibility. We already talked about the 3 things that you need: character, competence, and consistency. But how do you even get to that point of building credibility? So I want to talk about the invisible moments, because even those of us who think we've come a long way, many of us struggle in this regard. And this is a problem of a lot of the packaging we have in this day and age. Social media, people generally tend to want to be in the limelight. They love the headlights. Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And as a professional woman over the years, I've always said that I have a very strong burden of representation. So if people invite me to a platform, a stage, I always want to embrace it, because I remind myself it's not about me. It's about some other young ladies who needs to see Rolake visible, right? Who needs to hear my voice so that it empowers her to believe that she can also have a voice and agency on that platform. But we also have to learn how to embrace the invisible moments. You know, it's not always by the big moments, the keynote, the promotion, the high profile deal, but it's almost entirely built in the ordinary invisible moments. That email that you responded to promptly and professionally, even when you were exhausted, how you treated the person who could do nothing for you. It is built in whatever you took credit of. And I have a story I want to share about this. So many people know me as, obviously I'm a businesswoman, I work in the energy finance space, but I'm also really passionate about media and strategic communications. And I remember years ago, before I moved back to Nigeria in 2014, after about 19 years of being in the UK. And I used to do what was called then the BBC Global Paper Review. So I would go on the BBC and do these global newspaper reviews, which is also where I honed my skills in media. But before I got that global platform, I was working as an energy risk analyst for a consultancy firm in London. And on this one, and I was specializing in West Africa and Nigeria. And I remember on this one occasion, the BBC guys who were covering energy had invited me on radio to just talk about some refinery developments in Nigeria. So it was just one of those 2-3 minute interviews that you go for. It's your area of expertise. It's radio, world service radio. So I did it, and it lasted all of 3 minutes. And I got a message from my journalist friend, a late journalist. Many of you may not know him. Some of you may. His name is Komla Dumont. God rest his soul. And he sent me a message that one of the producers on BBC, on the global platform, the TV, had sent me. I said, "Who is that girl? She's so excellent at what she does. Can we invite her to the bigger world news platform TV so that she becomes a regular reviewer of global newspaper headlines?" And I remember telling Komla in that moment, "No, I can't do this." And Komla said to me, "Rolake, there's no other African woman they've ever had on this. You owe it to yourself and the rest of your African women folk to do it. Why am I giving this?" And of course, that whole door that opens sets off. The stories are too endless. But what I realized is that I showed up excellently in the area that I had been signed up to show up. That was my area of expertise. And I was doing it. But whilst I was doing it on a seemingly much smaller platform, somebody else had latched onto this and said, actually, this level of excellence and competence can be translated into a bigger platform where the stakes are higher, right? And so what I'm saying is that we need to embrace the invisible moments, right? Because there's somebody somewhere who sees you and understands and knows your value. And even the Bible in Luke 16:10 talks about the fact that he who can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little can also be dishonest with much. And dishonesty, don't think of it as always about truth. It can also be a lack of stewardship, right? Your inability to steward effectively your gifts and skills. That in itself can affect your credibility capital, because if you don't steward it well, when you're then leveraging and using it, it shows, right? And it's not about just getting overly spiritual. It's a description of how professional trust works. The small assignments, the minor commitments, the emails that did not need to be excellent that were. You know, Ruth, as I said, she was gleaning, one of the most unglamorous works, types of labor you can think of, picking the grain that everybody else left behind, the harvesters. And usually that kind of role would have been assigned to the poor person and to the foreign person. Nobody important was watching, or so she thought. There was no applause, there was no recognition, no audience worth impressing. And we all know how that is, you know, in our society. But she did it with diligence. Right? It's very important. Excellence in obscurity, and we know countless testimonies, is one of the greatest auditions you will ever give. The right people are always watching. Excellence in obscurity, the right people are always watching, even when you think no one else is. In the energy sector, for instance, where I work, I've seen brilliant professionals lose rooms they had not even entered yet because of how they behaved in rooms that didn't seem to count. Can you imagine? You've lost the opportunity you have not been entered into because in the room that you thought was not a big deal, you behaved anyhow because you thought nobody was watching, right? Reputation travels. And in many of our small industries where it's connected, and you know how Nigeria's professional landscape is, no matter what city you are, it's big, but it's small. Everybody knows everybody, right? News travels fast. And then genuine expertise. And I need to land here a bit because we do so much packaging. We embrace visibility, and visibility is a great thing. But let me tell you, there is a difference between having 10 years of experience and having 1 year of experience repeated 10 times. Let me just chill there for a moment. Credibility capital requires genuine, ladies, underline that word, write it in your notepad, genuine and authentic development of expertise. I have seen this too many times. People want to blow overnight. So you've done that one course, you're now an expert in AI prompt development. Then when push comes to shove and you're given the stage, you mess up. Why? Because suddenly you're an expert from doing one course. So there's a difference between 10 years of experience and having 1 year of experience repeated 10 times. We need to build depth. I will repeat it again, DEPTH. You need to go deeper. Those roots in your expertise have to be planted. They have to go deeper. It's not about blowing overnight. That means you're investing in your own depth. You're reading beyond your comfort zone. You're asking the hard questions. You're being willing to say, I don't know, but let me find out. And then you actually then find out. And then this, I think for me, it also connects me to something I think about deeply in my own work. In the energy and finance space, credibility is the currency that matters. When people refer you for your roles, your board opportunities, they're not just recommending your CV, they're lending their own reputation and taking the risk that you will not disappoint them. They're saying, I will stake my name on this person. That is an extraordinary act of trust. You can't be a one-trick wonder and somebody's reputation is being banked on the back of your own credibility. It only happens when the antecedents are there, when somebody has watched you deliver, not once, but repeatedly, not just when the stakes are high. So the Bible says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not for human masters. So remember what I said about genuine expertise and then how you handle failure. I want us to land on this a bit as well. Handling failure is really, really key, right? Because this one surprises a lot of people. We assume that sometimes our credibility is damaged by failure. Ladies, I want you to think for a minute of all the moments in your life where you messed up publicly and privately, where your shame or your, in quote, shame was on full display. Many of us know those moments, right? We all have those moments. Anybody who says they don't have those moments, they don't have those moments. Right? How you handle failure. I'm on the slide that says 3, how you handle failure. You can move forward to the main slide that says how you handle failure. So let's get our audience on the right page. So we assume that credibility is damaged by failure, but failure handled well can be one of the most powerful credibility building moments of your life. Everybody is drawn to somebody who can admit they made a mistake, who can admit they erred. What does it show? It demonstrates a level of humility. When something goes wrong, do you own it cleanly? Or do you deflect, try and minimize, or ascribe blame? Or do you disappear? Right? I know those moments, you just want the ground to bury you and go. Or do you come back with a solution or with an excuse? The way you navigate that adversity can tell people everything about whether they can trust you. Yeah, thank you. This is the right slide. Tell people about whether they can trust you when the stakes are high. The truth is, nobody's looking for a perfect leader. They're looking for a trustworthy one. And trustworthy leaders know how to fail forward. You fail forward. The righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. But it's interesting because the Bible still calls them the righteous. They don't become unrighteous because they fall. It's because they rise again. So it's not, your credibility is not in the falling. It's in the rising, and it's in how you conduct yourself on the way back up, with accountability, with grace, with lessons, not just regress. And I think for me, how you handle failure is the most honest interview you'll ever give. And everybody in the room is watching. So let's move on now. What are the threats? I'm not going to dwell on the threats to credibility capital too much, because once you learned what it takes to build credibility capital, then the threats become more obvious, right? The next slide, it's in the inconsistency, right? You do excellent work 90% of the time, And people will remember 10%, not because they're unfair, because consistency creates uncertainty. Inconsistency creates uncertainty. So you show up well every day. And then on the day it really matters, you don't show up. People in our society tend to latch onto that, which is why we need to be consistent as much as we can, much of the time, right? It's not about perfection, it's about reliability. It's showing up in your full self, same values, same standards, regardless of the audience. A double-minded person is unstable in all their ways, James 1:8. And unstable is exactly how the professional world experiences inconsistency. It's not like a moral failure. It's just, we cannot build with this person. We cannot send them out into the field. Nobody wants to build on shaky ground, right? And then the gap between the public and private. I think we need to name this one specifically. There are women who are compelling on platforms, but in private, and many of you know them. May we not be that woman. Have you thought about the number of times somebody has told you about something that somebody did? And you're like, this person? Are you serious? On the flip side, we also have to guard against gossip. That's important. But sometimes when you hear about some character flaws, you're like, this same person that's preaching or talking about this on a platform, they speak beautifully about integrity, but they behave differently in backroom negotiations. So it's not built on your public persona. You have to be careful that gap doesn't exist between the private and the public. There has to be alignment. Let your yes be yes, your no is no. When you're negotiating, when you're in a partnership, in your professional relationships, the people who are trusted most are the ones whose word you don't require any clause, any caveats, no chasers, no but if, no follow-up message to confirm. If they say it's 2 o'clock, you're not checking to see if it's 3 o'clock, that kind of thing. That is very powerful. And that is within your own power to cultivate. Very, very important. And then borrowed credibility. You're probably all wondering, what does this mean? Performing ahead of your preparation. I know this one may be a bit more complex to dissect, but let me tell you how it is. There are no shortcuts. That's essentially what I mean by borrowed credibility. You know that I talked about credibility and I gave you the imagery of money and capital you deposited and you invested. Now, if the deposit you're making is borrowed, right, and you're investing it, you need to pay it back to the person you borrowed it from, or you can't keep up except you serviced your loan. That's essentially the analogy I'm drawing here. No shortcuts. In this world of visibility, personal boundary, branding, social media, there's immense pressure to build a reputation faster than you can build the substance to back it up. Presenting yourself as much further along than you really are. Presenting yourself as more wealthy than you really are. Ladies, let's shake some tables here today. Presenting yourself as more connected than you really are. Name dropping here and here. These are the subtle things that erode credibility, because those who really know see you doing these things and they're laughing. So you don't want to be curating a version of yourself that is ahead of your reality. Now, caveat here is, as a woman of faith, I believe in speaking forth and calling forth those things that are not as though they are, so that you're speaking forth into the reality you want. But that's a completely different thing. That one is grounded on faith, and then faith that comes with works. The problem here is that this shortcut approach doesn't even have the works, right? So I understand the pressure, especially for women in spaces where we have to work twice as hard to be seen, half as hell. And we often get told things like, just say yes and do the work later. In your saying yes and doing the work later, please just make sure you actually do the work, right? And you do the work quickly. But borrowed credibility never compounds. It doesn't compound because it's a debt. These are laws of finance. When the room sits behind the curtain, the withdrawal is enormous, and it takes far longer to recover when you've now reached that point than it would have been to just simply build the real thing from scratch. So build slow, build through, let the reputation catch up with the substance, not the other way around. Let your reputation catch up with the substance, not the other way around. The Bible says, Proverbs, pride goes before a fall, before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. The professional equivalent of that is not arrogant. It is the subtler pride of performing ahead of your preparation, claiming the room before you have done the work to deserve it. The fall. It doesn't erode the favor and mercy of God. That will act. But you know that favor has an unusual way of just activating when you yourself have a heart posture that shows that you've done the work. So remember, ladies, borrowed credibility always comes with interest. It's a loan you have to pay back, and the repayment terms can be brutal. So a reputation that outlives your role. Think about it. Your title will expire, your impact, if it is real, will not. And if you're building for legacy rather than for applause, you will make different decisions. You will invest in people. You will not get credit for developing. You will take stands that cost you. You'll speak truth, even when flattery would be more convenient. So what will people say about you when you're no longer in the room? Not because you stepped out, but because you stepped up. Or stepped away or handed or passed on. Some of the most powerful endorsements I have ever witnessed were not written. They were spoken by someone who had worked with this person alongside the leader years ago, who said, whatever she touched, she just left it better than she found it. That is my utmost desire, my prayer for how I walk the path of purpose. A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children. And you know that inheritance is not necessarily wealth. So if you're a leader, a female leader in whatever room or platform you find yourself, you're building that credibility capital, not just for you, but as an inheritance. And those of you maybe whose parents are still around or who are parents of children, and imagine your child coming to you and saying, so this person is Ijeoma's mom or is Ijeoma's dad. And that her dad, oh, such a fine man. I have to support Ijeoma on this journey because of the act of a previous generation. And think about Ruth. She became the great-grandmother of King David. Her name is now in the genealogy of the Messiah. She never had a title, never sat on a board, but the impact of who she was, the character she chose, the loyalty she practiced, it happened in ways that she could never have imagined. So I want to close where I began, and I think my time is pretty much up. There is a conversation happening right now. Right now. In rooms you're not in. Your name may be coming up. My name, Rolake Akinkunmi-Filani, may be coming up. What I want for every woman in this room is that when your name is spoken, those who speak it feel that they're doing you a favor and themselves one. Referring you is not a risk, but a gift they get to give. And think about someone's pride when they're referring you, because they know that this one, well, she will perform more. In fact, it's like giving somebody a gift, the gift of you to somebody else. So remember, your reputation has to outlive you. And I think of the story of the Proverbs 31 woman, where it says that she's clothed with dignity and strength, and she laughs without fear of the future. No fear of the future is what a woman with credibility capital looks like. She's not anxious about what other people are saying because she knows what she has built. Ruth did not know her story will be recorded. She did not know generations would read her name. So you don't need the whole world to know your name. You just need the right rooms to trust it. So I want to leave you with 10 commitments here today, ladies, right? 10 commitments, simple commitments for any woman, whoever you are, Christian, Muslim, faith-centered, atheist, agnostic, however, all of these would apply. But I have to anchor it in what I believe in scripture. So the first commitment I want you all to note is do the work no one asked you to do, and do it excellently. Stop calibrating your efforts to the audience. Do it as unto God, which means do it as if the stakes are always high. That's the first commitment. And there's a Bible reference there for it, for those of you who want to study the principles, because I believe biblical principles around apply to world experiences. Number 2, let your word be your most non-negotiable asset. If you say you will do the work, do it. If you cannot, say so before the deadline, not after. Don't let me chase you. Don't ghost me. Don't ghost me. Women, I'm repeating, don't ghost people because you haven't delivered. Own up, right? Number 3, invest in genuine expertise, not just visibility. Read beyond your comfort zone. Seek out the hard questions. The goal is not to be known, it's to be worth knowing. Build the substance first. The platform will follow the substance. It always does. Trust me. I'm a living, breathing example of that. Treat every person you meet as if they are the most important person in the room. And ladies, let me even just give you some small tips, because I also coach in communication. You know, when you go to all those networking events and the person you really want to speak to is Dangote. Meanwhile, one bright-eyed NYSC youth corper has come to take your time. Meanwhile, Dangote is about to leave the room. You're trying to talk to this youth corper like, who are you? It's Dangote I want to see. Be present in that moment. Speak to that youth corper. Maybe ultimately that youth corper is the person that will connect you to Dangote. So treat every person as if they are the most important person in the room. Whoever wants to become great amongst you must be your servant. Whoever wants to be first must be slave of all. 5, own your failures. Cleanly, quickly, and without theater. If you got it wrong, say you got it wrong. Don't try and be beating around the bush. It's, you know, if you're trusted with the biggest opportunities, it's not because you've never failed. It's because you're failing with grace and you're rising with accountability. That is a witness that the marketplace cannot explain and cannot ignore, right? Be the same person in every room. Now, it doesn't mean you don't know how to adapt to your situation. But the version of you, the version of Rolake on this webinar must be the version of me in the corridor, the version of me in the boardroom, must be the version of me on the WhatsApp. Inconsistency between your public and private life is not just a character issue, it's a credibility issue. And withdrawing deposits. You know, James talks about being a double-minded person, unstable in all you do. Fresh water and salt cannot flow from the same spring, right? 7, speak well of others, especially in rooms when they are not in. You see this credibility, you want people to speak well of you. What about how you speak of others? It's not only about how you build your own reputation, but how you help others build their reputation, right? Don't use private information as currency. You now diminish your peers to elevate yourself. You gossip your way through your professional networks. All of that, people are watching because they're like, when is their own turn? She's going to do the same to us. Invest in somebody who cannot repay you. Whether the name of a younger woman in a room, speak her name in a room, mentor without a contract, sponsor somebody without a fee, open a door and hold it open, right? Legacy is not built by how high you climb. It's built by how many people you brought with you along that climb. And refuse the shortcut. Number 9, refuse that shortcut. Very, very important. Even when it is offered by people you respect. And I know that can be a hard one in our society, right? There'll be times when it's faster to go down this lane, but the end thereof, I will leave you to complete it. And finally, work as if your maker is your ultimate audience, because frankly, he is. That is the foundation beneath everything. And that is the foundation beneath everything I do. Excellently. If I'm speaking on CNN, I'm like, God, be pleased with the excellence I used to deliver this. One day the applause will actually fade. Those likes I got on that CNN video, it will disappear. The room will be empty. The deal will fall through. Maybe I'll be in my 60s. I will not be as appealing to go on CNN as maybe a girl who is 25 or a lady who is 35 or 40, But the Christian woman or any faithful woman has a standard in a workplace that does not depend on external validation. I work with excellence because I'm made in the image of an excellent God. I lead with integrity because I answer to a king. His standards never shift. And when I do all of this consistently and without performance in the marketplace, whether it knows God or not, people will feel the difference. So whatever you do, do it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not just for human masters, since you know that you receive an inheritance as a reward. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope you've enjoyed this session on Credibility Capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Rolake. Thank you. That was amazing. Please, I'd like you to drop some emojis, give her some round of applause, just whatever it is you wanted to do to appreciate Lady Rolake this beautiful afternoon. Please just say thank you. Thank you, Lady Rolake. We really appreciate you. Yes, you're always gold. Adeleke says you're always gold. Yes, you're always gold. And I know you just came from, you were watching, were on CNN a few minutes ago, a few hours ago, and you just ran straight here. God bless your labor of love and your sacrifice. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. A couple of things that you said that stood out for me was how you handle failure is very key. And that is so beautiful. Please, if you're listening on YouTube and here on Zoom, how you handle failure is very key. And like you rounded up, you said we don't need more women with platforms. We need more women with credibility. Thank you for being such a credible woman and coming here to share part of that with us. Thank you, Ma. God bless you. All right. Now moving on to the next item on our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, drop the fire emojis for me. Drop the fire emojis in chat. Say, I am ready, I am ready, I am ready. It is time to bring out the other notepad you have, because I want to believe the one you have is currently full. Yes. So bring out another notepad, get your pens. It's time to dive right into another keynote speaker. And we have the amazing matriarch, mother, visionary leader, transformational and pro coach. I'm going to allow you just imagine who I'm speaking about, and I would hand
Debola Deji Kurumi is a polymath, best-selling author, keynote speaker, public policy advisor, corporate trainer, and transformational coach for visionary leaders. Through her work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, Debola deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking potential in people, institutions, and nations. She sits over a group of companies as well as non-denominational ministries, including Immerse Coaching Company, a global personal transformation coaching practice, Ideation Hub Africa, a public policy and impact advisory firm, Kingdom Leaders Global Alliance, and Firebrand Movement, both faith-based organizations. Debola is a certified visionary leadership coach by the Oleg Konovalov Global Coaching Certification, a Gallup Certified Strength Coach, a certified masteries practitioner by the International Association of Coaching, USA, and renowned for her archetypical coaching frameworks, as well as original assessments. A highly sought-after corporate trainer for multinational corporations, SMEs, development agencies, and governments, Debola has delivered executive coaching, team building retreats, and senior leadership training for organizations including Philips Consulting, Lagos State Government, NLNG, SAMI, O&O Foundation, Chams PLC, Pernod Ricard, Seplat Energy, Accela, VFD Bridge, Ventures Garden Group, FSDH, Vetiver Capital, Luminate Africa of Omidia Network, amongst others. Debola has been severally recognized for her outstanding leadership impact, with her transformational work featured on TV, international news, and media. She has received several awards, including the 2014 New Leader for Tomorrow of the Crans Montana Forum, Geneva, 2018 Mandela Washington Fellow by the US government, one of 100 Most Inspiring Nigerian Women 2019, Nigeria's Leading Coach in 2021, 50 Most Inspiring Women in 2022, Nigeria's 50 Most Inspiring Authors 2023, ABCD Africa's 50 Most Impactful Voices 2023, Peak Performing Woman of the Year 2023, Mentor of the Year 2023, and Top 5 Nigerian Women Empowering Women 2024, amongst others. DDK, as she is fondly called, is an author of 26 books to date and has spoken across 3 continents to emerging and established leaders. Over the last decade, she has worked with corporate leaders, C-suite executives, ministry gifts, high-growth visionaries, and purpose-driven individuals serious about building institutions, amplifying influence, and scaling impact without compromising their integrity and faith. She is masterful at high-tier coaching for crafting go-to-market strategy, rapid execution techniques, visionary launch and mastery, personal reinvention, ministry growth, and wealth expansion. Please welcome Debola Deji Kurumi.
Alrighty, thank you so much for having me, and I'm really excited about our conference this year, the Referral-Worthy Woman Conference 2026. I am super excited also that my sisters are here with me. The entire speaker lineup has some of the dearest women to me, and of course, our host is, such an exceptional female leader who stands out for embodying a lot of the principles and competencies that have been shared, at this year's conference, and a number of things I'm still going to be highlighting, which thankfully my darling sister, Lady Rolake, has spoken to. You find Ijeoma really, really modeling them. I've had a great time as I listened to Rolake today. I truly felt like this was so global worthy, global standard. Like it was so rich, so impactful. and it definitely invited us to the caliber of commitments that we need to make as women who will go on to become legacy leaders. Thank you for having me. I have been looking forward to this conference. I have just touched up on my volume. I'm glad that I checked that. Please let me know if the volume is better. I just touched that on the settings. But anyway, I'm pleased to be here and truly inspired by every part of the experience so far. I will go ahead and share screen in a moment. I truly feel like the work has already been done because of all the previous sessions that have happened at the conference. You will likely find me just putting an important highlight on some of the things that have been said. Hopefully we come out of here and we build an action plan. If there was something that will be my own feedback for the Referral-Worthy Women Conference team, it will be to support us in building out an action plan template that can go to all registered participants. Hopefully by the time we get into the collective you're building for us, or even just the review session. And I know Ijeoma might just be like, are you not giving us more work? But I'm sure it's work they would love to do. Hopefully we can get back into a review session maybe in a month. Hello, my darling. And maybe by then we could have created an action plan from all the different conversations that have come through, set fresh goals, and then get an opportunity to maybe just review how we're doing along those lines and the competencies that we want to grow. Allow me to just go ahead and share screen in the next few minutes, layering on some of the powerful insights we have received. Okay, I've sent a request. Please let me share screen. I would be pleased to do that if you let me. And I think one of the most remarkable things as I think about this conference and observe the direction that our conversations have gone is it looks to me like it's almost the first time we are in a room and we're gathered around the commitment to become referral worthy. When I say that, I mean there's a way in which a woman, and I know it's not every woman today, but there was a way in which many female leaders simply believed that their work will speak for them and that was enough. But it looks like we're making the shift to organize a valuable contribution and, our credibility, integrity, and character in a way that makes it easy for others to promote, sponsor, support, crusade, and leverage their influence and their capital to support our growth and our own transformation. So I think that is something fresh and powerful, and it's a beautiful thing to observe. Let me go ahead and share screen again. I hope I have it on lockdown now. Fantastic. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen at this time. Can you see my screen? Fantastic. Okay. So welcome. Congratulations to Purple Orchid Project for pulling this through. And we are delighted at Immerse Coaching Company to have partnered with you on this conference. I'm eager for all the great things that still lie ahead as you move forward with this powerful vision. Everyone is welcome, and it has been a joy experiencing the event with you. I will be speaking on moving from competence to legacy in the next few minutes. And this is to explore a female leadership architecture of influence. I believe that this conversation is such an important one because we're finding that female leaders are already significantly grooming their competence. We're finding many more skilled, competent, and excellent professionals in the workplace who are adding a lot of value to themselves and their ability to produce remarkable work. And we find ourselves now asking the important question, where does this journey lead if we were to frame a path moving us from competence all the way to legacy? What will that architecture look like? And what are the key pillars within that transformative journey that we have to take? And hopefully, when we come to the end of this keynote, we're also able to start to really ask ourselves, how do we score on this, on the different pillars that sit within that journey that we make from competence to legacy? So today, I will be contributing to an already empowering conversation at this year's conference by helping you sit into an important blueprint that shows you what it will take you as a female leader to move beyond just being competent and excellent at creating value, but transitioning into even more powerful empires as far as becoming a legacy leader is concerned. So we'll look at that architecture in a moment. And I believe that one of the most beautiful things also about this conference is how it allows us celebrate the International Women's Day this year. Every time that we come into an IWD celebration, for me, I'm often finding myself thinking about what it will really take us to not merely enjoy celebrations, but to continue to transform institutions, nations, and shape significant impact in business, careers, policy, spirituality, ministry, etc. And those are the kinds of conversations that we've already experienced at the conference this year. I'm hopeful that the journey I will show you shortly from competence to legacy also increases your commitment to become a better version of the kind of leading woman you already are. I want to make sure I take a moment to celebrate and congratulate Ijeoma for delivering on this very worthy work. And I'm hopeful that this conference will just be yet again a launchpad for all the greater things that she still has coming for us. Ijeoma, well done. We are truly proud of you, and it has been our joy supporting and surrounding you as you embark on this very compelling mission to create even more transformations for female leaders across the continent. Alrighty, let's get right into why this matters. You already know that competence is important because it definitely empowers us to serve courageously, excellently, and grow credibility. But we will find that we need more than competence when it comes to shaping industries, transforming institutions, or impacting generations. Legacy leadership thus becomes an important way to go because it allows us move beyond just doing our job well to being able to contribute to building systems, influencing our industry, solving truly important problems, and building structures that go beyond what we do now with our work. And so the architecture that I will show you shortly allows us to embrace a path through which we can move from being excellent at the work we do, which is great already, but transitioning toward building institutions, ideas, and influence that continue to endure beyond just a season of our lives. Okay, so we'll get right into the female leadership architecture that moves us on that path from competence all the way to becoming legacy leaders. The reason I find this architecture important is because it offers every single woman, first of all, almost like a way to see, it gives you almost a snapshot of what your current placement and growth graph is. It allows you to capture a sense of what growth looks like for you from personal excellence onto enduring impact. This structured progression allows you move beyond just being a value creator, but allows you grow into mastering your craft, contributing strategically, on to a point where you're now building institutions. Thankfully, it's a place that some of our female leaders already sit. And you may find yourself either on a growth graph, or some of you may find yourself seeing a holistic aerial view of what that leadership journey has been for you. And you could come out of this keynote then making a strong determination for what pillar you want to make more investments in the coming days. When we talk about a referral-worthy woman, I know that at a base, powerful level, we are likely looking at that woman as someone people can place their bet on, people can invest their influence on, people can, sponsor, make recommendations for, and really say, this is the kind of woman you should work with. But I think at the next level, the greatest referral that can happen with you and your work would be the ideas that continue to stand, continue to create impact for others long after you are gone. And that is not even just about life and death, but really about transitions from seasons and spaces and relationships as well as experiences. So when I think about a referral-worthy woman, I'm not merely thinking about a woman that can be referred on the basis of the work she's done by other people, but a woman whose impact, a woman whose great ideas, a woman whose unique strategy, a woman whose built up institution continues to point back to the caliber of, compelling capacity that she's carried and embodied through her life and her work. So for me, it's not just what people can say about you, it's what systems can say about you, is what policies can say about you, is what institutions can say about you. It's what other people in terms of leadership models you've created can say about you. Many things can point to a woman, and it's not just other people that can point to her. Institutions can point to her work. Policies can point to her impact. Great ideas and innovation can point to the caliber of her mind. Do you see? Enduring acts of integrity can point to who she's become. And all those dimensions could come together and be housed in you as you continue on your journey, whether as an entrepreneur, a faith-driven leader, a ministry gift, a career professional, a policy worker, wherever you play, wherever you deliver impact. It matters to know that everything you are doing is speaking to who you're becoming and what you're leaving as a trail of great work and quality impact. Okay. So let's take a look at this architecture today that moves us from competence on to legacy. I must say to you that this particular framework has my heart because as a coach for leading women and C-suite executives, I find that each of these pillars play out and they have competencies we can grow intentionally, season after season, and they indeed compound. So ultimately, you find that if you continue to make the needed investments in the kind of female leader you're becoming, over time, it does compound. I find myself often saying, work with this architecture for 1 to 3 years, and you will really start to see very radical shifts in the kind of rooms that you command, in the kind of results you create, in the kind of opportunities you can negotiate for others, and in the kind of advantage that your vision brings to you and to those that you serve. Okay, so we'll kick off with the first pillar within the architecture, and that's professional competence, which is, I think, the most popular. It's the most popular, it's the most, recurring, most obvious, and it is where I dare say many female leaders have made the greatest investments over time, because it's also where we have made the most insistence. We've told female leaders to own their craft and to master their genius, you see, and we've gone ahead to do that, but we're now finding that this is only a base that we must build a breakthrough blueprint on. It matters, however, because without this foundation, the other pillars don't sit well. So on this leadership architecture that makes you highly influential, and allow me to even just make an interjection about influence. When we explore the power of influence, I loved when Rolake highlighted why it matters to her to have her voice heard. And she was saying, it's not merely about me. But every time I get into these rooms and I have these platforms, I am not only putting my weight behind something I believe in and is of value, but I'm also showing a generation what is possible. And I'm inspiring other younger women to believe that their voices matter and that they can contribute meaningfully using, the gifts that they have. I think that is so critical in the way we think about influence. Influence is not merely this drive for visibility, which I know is great and important, but my journey to visibility has almost been a flipped version. And I try to really also teach that version. I never started out, and I think that may be a number of female leaders here as well. I never started out trying to be known or trying to build a strong brand or, trying to put myself out there. I really just wanted to be excellent at my craft, master my genius, and contribute meaningfully. It was always from a place of asking, how can I contribute? How can I add value? And how can I solve a pressing problem for a segment that I feel empowered to serve? It was always from that place that doors opened, brand capital and collateral amassed, and, my voice became a signature imprint for certain values that I held dear and I put my weight behind. And so when we talk about this leadership architecture of influence for female leaders, we're not merely looking at what it can do for us. We're really looking at how it can place us in spaces where we can negotiate an advantage for a vast majority of other people so that our voice compounds into value and vested interests that matter for a lot more people and elevates the quality of life or positive outcomes for those who look up to us or those who can benefit from who we're becoming. So on this, blueprint or journey from competence to legacy, we obviously start with professional competence. And if we don't get this right, then it becomes difficult to really win with, the other legs or the other pillars within the blueprint. With professional competence, we are sort of really sitting into the requirement to master our craft and our professional credibility. We are exploring what it takes to grow the skills that empower us to do our most valuable work. We're talking about the focus, the discipline that is required to build expertise. I loved how Rolake highlighted as well the need to really build expertise that allows us to do excellent work, credible work, courageous work. And you will find that sometimes what it takes to really be so good that you can't be ignored does not immediately put you in the limelight. And I find too many women who are now focusing a lot on what gets them, in the attention economy before they are investing in what gets them in the intention economy. So you have to really build a strong, purposeful intention to be excellent at craftsmanship, to grow your genius, and to equip yourself in a way that allows you solve the most important problems in your own sphere of influence, in your own institution. And I find myself, when coaching female leaders, often saying it matters to you to be able to frame a number of things when it comes to the work you do. And one of the most important foundations to lay with competent work is to ask, why do I hold this role? And what is the greatest kind of value that I can create in this role, which contribute the most critically to strategic objectives for the institution that I work in? Why am I here? What is it that I have been hired to do that no one else should be doing, so that you are not outsourcing what sits within your core requirements and you are not majoring on minor things. Do you see? So over here, it's all around professional excellence, it's discipline focused expertise, it's skill mastery, it's intentional growth so that you can solve hard problems and you can create significant value. This is fundamental to becoming a referral-worthy woman, and it is your baseline for transformational leadership on the journey to becoming a legacy leader. What I must say as I close out on this particular pillar is it matters for you to remember that as you mature on your journey and you climb, the leadership ladder, you have to come back to professional competence, not because you're not brilliant, but because the requirement of the skills to get the job done change. Those requirements change as you move along. And so you always have to come again to the competence conversation. I really think that this is a space women can do better at. And it's not about what I've done in the past. It's about how everything I have done in the past comes together to give me a leverage for what I must do now. It always invites you into what is called the rallying cry or the clarion call, the highest priorities of your role today. You've got to always come to this seemingly small part of the legacy blueprint to say again to yourself, whether you are a founder leading your own institution or you're building an institution, as an entrepreneur, you always have to come back and say, for my level, what is the leverage for my ranking, for the value I'm called to create within this institution or the board that I sit on or the people that I lead? What are the most defining competencies and proficiencies that I must hone and master again, in being able to do great work and being able to deliver high impact value? Once you're able to answer this question, you are 100% well on your way to be that standout female leader you already are. The next level we find ourselves now exploring within the architecture is strategic contribution, where you are not only a master of your craft and genius, but you are now becoming a value multiplier within organizations. To be a value multiplier, it takes you from merely being competent to converting your competence into compelling contribution, where you take who you are and you flip it into an asset for your organization. Now, this is so simple that it could almost be simplistic, but it's not. In fact, this bridge is one of the most significant differentiators between different calibers of female leaders. There are women who are really brilliant, who really know what they're doing, who have, they have their game and they are that good. But you don't often feel like you experience their highest excellence. You don't often feel like you experience their finest gifts within the context of the institutions that they work in. Have you ever met someone who you discovered worked within a team and you found yourself asking, but why is that team the way it is? I don't care the institution you work in. I don't care how tough that industry feels. I don't care. Well, I care, but here's what I mean. It doesn't matter the unique complexities of the space you found yourself. A strategic contributor knows how to convert their competence to contribution. They know how to land. They know how to make themselves of highest relevance within their sphere of influence. There's work that happens here. When you come to the space where you want to become a value multiplier, because you're now shifting from being a value creator, you want to be a value multiplier. You want to take what you have and make it an asset that increases ultimate outcomes, that expands possibilities opens new doors, creates, fresh opportunities, brings in credible partners that are looking at the context you find yourself, and you're starting to say, how do I work this context? Strategic contributors they don't only profile problems, they also profile spaces. So as a strategic contributor, you are looking at your context and you're saying, how do I take all the complexities of this context and weave it into an original approach in the way that I work? Now, the best way to help this particular pillar land for you is to remind you of this. Let's say you've worked in 4 institutions over the course of a 12-year career, or 7 institutions over the course of a 20-year career. Did you notice that though you were who you were and you kept growing and grooming your skills and expertise and amassing value, you had to play different in the different institutions for that value to flow out and impact that context? Is that correct? You had to read the room. You had to understand you had to map the stakeholders. You had to appropriately diagnose the key issues within the institution. You had to understand the key players and where the influence currents flowed. You had to understand the life cycle of the institution and the problems it was seeking to solve. The more that you properly profiled the space that you were in, the more you had this unique vantage point to be able to come in and make a difference where it matters most. For example, no matter how brilliant you are, if you don't understand, the internal politics within an institution, or you don't understand the historical data within a team, you might not be able to multiply value within that institution or that team. This is where female leaders need a lot of political IQ, a lot of institutional intelligence. It's where you learn to collaborate. It's where you learn to solve pressing problems. Now, I think I should stay on problem solving just for a moment when it comes to strategic contribution. This is how you know that you're not merely a professionally competent female leader, but that you're becoming a strategic, or you are a strategic contributor. This is one of the biggest litmus tests. When within the context of the work that you do for a group or on an initiative, a project, or an organization, you actually are able to take a short-term or long-standing crisis and fix it. Every institution has kinds of challenges that keep recurring. It could be something to do with, the business model, or something to do with the human capital or operational logistics. Maybe there are redundancies in some parts of the operations, or it could be something to do with positioning, visibility, marketing, media, thought leadership, within that particular industry that the institution plays. It could be something to do with costs and how we're always just struggling with costs that outweigh the actual needs for what we're spending on. You see, whatever, it could be vendor liaison. It could be setting up strong quality assurance systems for managing the vendors and the kind of solutions or services they offer to our institution, whatever it is. Every team, every project, every initiative, every organization always has its own, recurring crisis areas that impede the ability to succeed at scale. When you become a strategic contributor, you take your competences, you take your expertise and excellence, and you convert that into a system of transformation by leveraging who you are to solve a long-standing or a short-term problem for the institution. Once you do that, you're shifting the game and you are shifting your name as an emerging legacy leader who is truly referral worthy. Imagine leaving an institution, and one way you become referral worthy is every time people think about a breakthrough that they now enjoy, it's allocated to your name. We really just thank Ijeoma for fixing this for us. We're so proud of, Kemi, Aisha, Rolake for helping us crack this. We now have a working system to carefully appraise the work of our vendors. We found a new inroad to an international market. We hit a partnership with an industry leader, and that came definitely from what Debola did. Do you see? You're becoming a strategic contributor, and it shifts your game from being brilliant to birthing breakthroughs. The third pillar within this architecture that takes you on to kinds of results that become rarer as the journey goes upward. The third pillar here is industry impact. I dare say so many women never really attempt to come into industry impact, and you have to make sure that that is not you. The reason industry impact has now become so critical for female leaders is because we are now in a world that turns the spotlight. We're in a dispensation that turns the spotlight on women who are happy to make a difference beyond just one institution. In fact, if you think about the kind of opportunities that LinkedIn, now provides, and you think about what many female leaders are doing across, global platforms and professional networks and, certification bodies, etc., you will begin to observe that the game has really changed. It's flipped right before our faces. Less than a decade ago, the focus for most of us was just to be really excellent at our craft and to contribute within an institution. And you know that you're going to ride the ladder upwards. But what we are finding now is that the ladder leading to success and significance is not merely vertical, is horizontal, is diagonal. It's just really a multi-dimensional, multi-influential field of play where you can both build a career journey or an entrepreneurial journey that leads you upward and forward, moving you top of class in your game, but you can also have, dynamic engagements across your industry that ultimately can open doors, connecting back to the kind of value you can create for your institution. Industry impact is for top tier female leaders who don't want to be stuck playing a small game. But you can't attain industry impact if you haven't strengthened professional competence and you're not growing strategic contribution. In fact, the more you grow strategic contribution within the vertical of an institution, the more prepared you become to take the data within the institution or institutions you've worked, and you can now start to plot that into a more robust context for what you can do for your industry. It matters for you to know that those who are going to create transformation at scale and those who are going to build a career that is bigger than just one organization, and those who are going to really solve problems whose solutions move widely, across their spheres of influence, will be women who are happy to go from merely being professionally competent and strategic contributors to also becoming impactful within an industry. One of the most critical investments that I'm calling you to make as a female leader this year and going forward is to now become intentional about really studying and understanding the industry you play in. This is now the time where you must begin to influence conversations, influence standards, and make shifts within a broader field of play. It's time to really start to study the trends, the shifts, and the defining innovations that are opening up within your broader industry. It's going to be a game changer for you on the journey to legacy. This is where you now begin to invest in thought leadership. This is where you begin to explore writing in academic journals, producing a material that can be, studied or utilized as a resource across multiple institutions within your industry. This is where you now start to participate in industry-led events, industry-led platforms, industry-led certifications, industry-led networks. This is where you now start to provide value beyond just your own organization, and you start to find credible partners, colleagues, and contemporaries across different institutions without thinking about them as competitors, but co-creators of value within a broader field of play. It's also where you start to explore mentorship for those who are younger and coming up, building their career within your own industry. This is a game changer. And what I find in the bridge between strategic contribution to industry impact is we often just need a shift in consciousness where competence already exists. You just need that shift in consciousness to start to take what you already have and make it of great value to a larger field of play beyond your own streamlined initiative, project, or organization. At Pillar 4, and it gets rarer as we go along this architecture, we've got systems innovation. This is where we really begin to build new models and solve large-scale problems. It's where we actively start to think about policy. It's where we start to think about nation building. It's where we start to think about innovating ideas that go beyond what we can directly implement, but for which we would typically need an army to support us in executing. It's where we start to think about technology that can solve a pressing problem. This is a rare space of impact that has the capacity to open you up to unprecedented possibilities. If I think about the work that I do with, in policy advisory, something I found striking between 2023 to date around systems innovation was just making a shift for policy leaders, not merely even in advocacy for how policy could be designed, but helping them make the shift into a beneficiary-centric model. And what I've built as a beneficiary-centric policy model hopefully gets effectively adopted across the African continent, but it is a working model with some African countries already. And what it simply means is it's impossible for us to build policy without actively engaging with the proposed end users of those policies and the programs that are created from them. And in understanding that this is a model that, if adopted, can solve a large-scale problem, it's impacted the way I have pushed for it and insisted on it and used the working template I've built in the advisory work I've done with government. Every time it's adopted, I'm also asking the leaders to put a word in to another leader in a different country that they have any form of engagement with to say, allow me come on board, show you how a beneficiary-centric policy model works. And that is how we go widespread with a large-scale solution that, if deployed and implemented, can solve a problem at scale. This is not where every female leader wants to go in terms of frontlining a systems innovation, but here is the deal. If you know of a problem within a sphere of influence or an industry that has your heart, even if you don't frontline a solution, belong to a working committee that is frontlining a solution. Keep your ears on the ground and volunteer beyond your perceived availability. Many of us are so stuck in the work we do that we don't know how to move beyond our own initiatives to become a part of a bigger collective that solves a large scale problem. This thinking shifts you from being a small fish in a small pond to becoming a big player on a larger scale. It matters that you want to solve a problem that you want to create value, and you also want to attain volume. Think value and volume, because that's how legacy leaders think. So the question for you as far as this pillar is concerned is, how can I plug myself into solving a large scale problem, either by frontlining it or providing expertise and support to a committee or a collective working on that? If I would say this to Ijeoma, for example, what she's already doing with this remarkable project is compelling. But how do we take this initiative and see to fixing a human capital crisis or solving an underemployability problem for women on the African continent by enhancing the skill sets that they need to stay, valuable in the workplace, competent in the workplace, and referral worthy? How do we this into what could be adopted as a federal government curriculum, university female leaders? How do we just go beyond these beautiful initiatives we have and become part of building the models that solve large scale problems, you see? And as we go on that journey, we finally ultimately hit legacy architecture, where we're now building institutions and we're building influence bigger than us. You see, this is where we're now thinking generational impact, succession. It's where we are fully delivering institutions that work without us being present. This is an aspiration that is worth having, that anything you believe you've been called to do, you can stop working within the initiatives and start to work on the initiatives. And you might have heard that in the context of don't merely work in your business, work on your business. But here are 3 things I want to highlight with legacy architecture very simply and very quickly. The first is that you have to begin to think about those who are between 10 and 20 years younger to you. And you have to ask yourself, all that I have to offer, how can I create or cascade a version of this value to reach those who are between 10 to 20 years younger than me? Think about your age and ask yourself, what can I give a young lady or young man who is my age minus 20, my age minus 15, my age minus 10? If there is no part of your work that is going to universities currently, you're not yet being a legacy builder. And this is the truth. The second thing I would love to highlight is you have to be the kind of leader who doesn't gatekeep the excellence and the expertise that has made you who you have become. A legacy builder is a people builder, is a human-centered leader that focuses on talent development. And you want to make sure that that is how you operate. And the final thing about legacy building, which will be critical as you move forward going off from here, is that the next phase of the work that you do has to be documented, has to be frozen into solid architectures, solid systems that allow who you are and what you represent to be carried beyond you by fellow builders. Many of us have those who want to build with us. Many of us have solid people on our teams, but we're still the most significant holder of value. And so if you weren't present, it feels like a value exodus. You want to make sure that you're separating yourself from being both the visionary and the operational, field man, in every context of your work. You want to start to separate who you are and what you know from, the systems you can create that can continue to carry your great works and continue to carry your energy, your essence, and your excellence. As you continue on that path, 100% you are growing your capacity, your credibility, and your compelling competence to continue to fuel and fund a legacy that becomes bigger than you. And whether you are in the room or not, what you represent will always create transformation anywhere that you go. I thank you so much for the opportunity to have shared these moments with you. And I look forward to all the great things that you will do on the account of the insights that have come all through today. Thank you for having me. Congratulations again to our darling Ijeoma and the stunning team. And I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much, DDK. Thank you so, so much. You guys need to give it up for her in the group chat. Please let her know that we really appreciate the time she's taken to just pour in. Did you guys see the pillars? Did you see how structured it was? Did you? Oh my goodness, well done. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much. You know, professional competence, strategic contribution, industry impact, systems innovation, and then legacy architecture. Things that you need, these are the 5 steps that we need to start working towards. And you need to be honest with yourself and say, where am I? What do I need to do to get to the next level? Thank you so much, DDK. We are quickly and just wrapping up everything we're doing. Adiola, let me call you on. Let's talk about it, and let me ask you, what, you know, how did you feel after that last session?
You know, I've heard DDK speak many times, and she has never failed to bring the fire. And you know, this time around, DDK was so gentle, and you'd almost
I
think
know.
almost think like, no,
I didn't want to be the one to say it.
No, we had to say it. You think that, oh, she's not bringing the fire, but the fire, it's almost burning down our rooms. So, I mean, amazing, amazing insights. I love what she said by be a value multiplier. Be a value multiplier and convert your competence to contribution. You should get to a place where you convert your competence to contribution. And she threw a little, how will I say it, a little stray bullet. She said, you know, at a certain age, you should start to think about how to transfer value to people who are 10 to 20 years younger.
I started thinking about that.
Yeah, you know, that's a good place to really think about, you know, what she said, and think about how do I move forward with this information and really just execute. So amazing contribution as usual, and thank you so much, DDK. Those pillars were amazing. They indeed will shape the way we begin to think about ourselves and becoming referral-worthy women in the next 10, 20, 30 years for everybody who's on this call. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Thank you. All right. So Adiola, what's the next step for us? What's the next thing? And we have quite a number of people that want to ask questions, you know, so maybe you'll touch on that as well. You know, what's the next step for everybody? Because we said it, we're moving on Monday, but how do who's holding our hand? Monday morning, or we sleep and we eat Sunday rice, we forget. What's the next step? How does this play out?
Thank you so much, Hannah. So everyone, congratulations once again. You've made it thus far. You have, you know, finally made it to the end of this conference. Congratulations. And as we wrap up, I want you to know that everything you've heard since yesterday is a tip of the iceberg. I promise you, it is a tip of the iceberg. These are things that the leaders are sharing in, you know, they're sharing in 45 minutes, 30 minutes. There's so much more that they want you to learn from, glean from. They want to share their wisdom, but we have limited time to do all of that. And so what Ijeoma and her team have done is to put all of this amazing knowledge into a repeatable framework called the referral code. So there is an online course. If you are excited about this online course, I want you to drop an emoji in the chat. I want you to drop an emoji in the chat signifying and symbolizing your excitement about this online course. It is called the Referral Code Activated. So everything that you need to know to become that referral-worthy woman is been put into this online course where you can watch at your own pace from your living room or your room, bedroom, wherever, from your own device, you know, at your convenience. This is the next step. So if you've come this far, and if you're watching the replay, this is also for you. So make sure that you take the next step. At least from all of the things we've heard from the speakers today, a referral-worthy woman takes action, right? Without action, what is she? Yeah, who is she? So make sure that you go right into enrolling for the online course. I believe as I'm speaking, excellent, brilliant, fast tech team are dropping the link in the chat box right now. They're dropping the link in chat. So make sure you click on that link. You're permitted to go away. Just go on that link and go and start to register for the online course. All right. You have practical guides in that online course, assessments and workbooks that would help you become that referral-worthy woman, right? This time around, it's not just talk. We're not speaking English and using big grammar. We're going to show you practical learning experiences designed to help you take all of this insight and more into marketplace impact, into contributions, right? Into building that God girl that will get the corner office, all right? And it's for a token. It's for a token, all of this massiveness for a token of $200 or 250,000 naira. And please note, it is this $200 and 250,000 naira is the discounted price. Hanatu, can you believe that? All of this amazing.
I wanted to touch on that. What exactly what do they get inside? Because I know there's a long list of goodies.
Yes, there's a long list. I'm just going to name a few. So you're going to receive full access to the referral code activated course, full access. And then you're going to get the 5 pathways to referral worthiness framework. I think this framework is really what is in it for most people, because if you have a framework that shows you how to become the kind of person that jobs look for, then I think you should have registered, yesterday. Today is even too late. So if you're still registering today, then catch up, right? Let your registration, catch up. Let's just play catch up. And it returns to the original price of 350K by midnight today. So we technically have about 10 hours. We have about 10 hours at $200 or 250,000. So if you know that you want more, you want to move to the next level, you don't want to stop at clocking it on YouTube. You don't want to stop at clocking it. We don't do that here. We don't do the referral-worthy woman. She doesn't clock it and not take action. So as you've clocked it, clock the online course, right? And make sure you do it tonight before 12 midnight so you can take advantage of the discount, because it will go back to the 350,000 naira original price, and it will be open for purchase from today. So after tonight, it still will be open for you to register. However, the price will be 350,000 naira. Please, if you got that, please let me know in chat that you understand this and you're currently trying to purchase the course. Okay. And now I should tell you about.
Ijeoma, hold on, because I just realized there's a bonus Ijeoma just dropped now.
Yes, I was just going to jump into the bonus.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. So just before the bonus, you're also going to have one live masterclass session. So you know how an online course on Udemy, you just go on the course, you watch, and then that's it. In this course, you would have a live session where you can ask your questions, you can listen live, and you can just interact with the faculty. Guys, this is the sign you've been waiting for. Click on it and go there now. Now to the bonuses, because you see, we don't do basic in the referral worthy. We don't left that in 2000.
Sorry, excuse me.
We left that in 2001.
Good. Adiola, thank you. No, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I just wanted to mention that in addition to the bonuses, I wanted to throw in the first subscribers will get all our course materials, workbook, lectures from the referral code 1.0. That was a 9-month, 9-path curriculum, and it'll be given for free as part of what they pay for. And this will be for the first subscriber. First 50 subscribers are going to get that for free. Just wanted to mention that.
All right. Thank you so much for this information. I will be dropping this information on my family group so that all my
your ancestors.
They can take advantage of this. So if you're listening to me now, I'm not playing. I'm going to drop this information on my family group, so everybody can register. So thank you so much for that brilliant addition, Ijeoma. That's amazing. So ladies, see, we're still trying to tell you what is in it, and they're even giving us more. Would it end? Would it end? So here are some more bonuses, okay? I think that's a massive bonus, and you should be saying thank you right now on the group chat. You should be saying thank you, because that's massive, massive. 9 months of, did you say 9 months?
9 months, 9 months of training for free, just handed over.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ijeoma and the team. So the 3 bonuses, you're going to get a complimentary copy of the book, the referral code book, when it launches. Can you imagine that? You're getting a complimentary copy of the book. You're also going to get 20% off the coaching program. 20%. If you pay tithe, you can quickly calculate 20%. And I know you pay tithe. So 20%, yes. And finally, you get to join the community and the ecosystem of referral-worthy women. You heard when Ijeoma shared her story of how she planned this whole event in about less than 2 weeks, right? And she called some people in less than 4 days, and everybody's answering, and people are coming, and the whole thing has come together into one beautiful, amazing, life-changing meeting and conference. And so you want to have such an intangible and valuable asset. You want to join such communities and have such ecosystems, so that when you call, 1,000 would answer. Not that when you call, yes, not like crickets. When you call, 1,000 would answer. Yeah. So in fact, every single one of these bonuses has surpassed the amount. I really want to say thank you to Ijeoma and the team. And the course will be launched on the 17th of April, which is about a month from now. So get ready for this amazing online course. I trust, if you're not careful, I trust that the seller site will be crashing by now, because people are going to be rushing. So make sure you're not left behind. You have enrolled, you're sitting pretty, you've secured your spots, and you have access to all this amazing course content and bonuses, and as well the 9-month curriculum. Thank you so much. So thank you so much from me. I'll now be handing over to Hanatu right here, who will be welcoming Ijeoma. Thank you, Hanatu.
Thank you so much, Adiola. Ijeoma, what can we say? We reached the end, and it's not the end, really. It's the beginning.
From the side. Wipe it from. Okay, hi.
It's the beginning, and there's a few things that we need to talk about that you are going to share with us as we close out and get ready to execute on Monday morning. So tell us what you want to share with us as we wrap this beautiful conference up.
Okay, thank you so much, Hanatu, and thank you, Adiola. Honestly, for me, I'm blown, like listening to all my speakers today. I thought that yesterday was everything, but look, at the end of the day, there are levels. And I celebrate yesterday's speakers, Apostle Isi, Uche, all the panelists, and then today, DDK, Rolake just brought it home for us. And I want you to celebrate them, please. I want us to take a minute. I don't want us to rush this, and celebrate them, because we must give honor to whom honor is due. These women literally crossed rivers and oceans to get in front of a camera to serve you. Rolake literally landed from her meetings in New York. You saw her on CNN yesterday, and she was in front of a camera this morning. 1 hour between when she landed and now, to serve you, to serve this community. DDK is in transit. She's doing a lot of work on a global scale with her visioning retreat, and she stood in front of a camera away from all of that to serve this community. So I want us to take a minute and to appreciate them. Apostle Isi is usually very busy. It is hard to get into her calendar. Uche, Lutana, Najemba, all my panelists, Nkoyo, Ube, Brala Day, thank you for an excellent moderation. Thank you so much, Tombra. Thank you, Folusho Badamosi. Thank you, Dolly Ohanyere. Thank you, every single person, Shola, for the original poem that you generated just for this conference. You are a woman of valor. You are an amazing person. I think let's just see the hands go up. Let's see your hands go up for these people. I'm celebrating you people with all of my heart. I don't take our friendship, our connection, our association for granted. Thank you, Immerse Coaching. Thank you, EC Benedicta Institute. Thank you, everyone that worked behind the scene with me. Look, the invisible hands that you guys didn't see, please, you guys should help me celebrate them. I celebrate Chinwe Enekwizu. Chinwe was the project manager excellence. Like Chinwe was making sure that end to end, everything works. Chinwe, well done. Thank you, Shola. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for the sleepless night. Thank you, my amazing Purple Arcade strategy team. You guys are on lockdown. I want to take time to honor them because I'm also teaching you guys a principle. You must honor the people that have served you. You must honor the people that have made things work for you. You know, I have something that I want to share even as I wrap up. As we started this conference yesterday, and please keep celebrating. As we started this conference yesterday, I have a big, would I call her an Ebon kind of friend. She's a very senior director in one of the top tier banks in Nigeria. And she's an older friend, an amazing woman in her career, in every ramification, she's a big deal. And then she sees the flyer and she sends me a message and she says, so you didn't invite me for your conference? And I was like, Ma, I'm sorry, you know, this was happening in 2 weeks. We were running on just posting on social media and major groups. Of course, I would love you to celebrate with me or to work with me. And then she says to me, it's okay, it's fine, no problem. Apparently, she logs on still. And then yesterday at the end of the program, she sends me a message and says, I am going to refer you for the summit that we have coming up later in the year. She says, you are indeed a referral-worthy woman. And then I was like, hey, thank you, Ma. God bless you. This is amazing. Oh, my God. You know the way it is. Someone has made you a promise and you are already happy for it, but you've not even seen the outcome of it. As we were sitting here right now, just now, I pick up my phone and I see an invitation letter from the bank proper, with the letterhead, everything, and the flyer. You are hereby invited to speak at our summit concerning this. I'm like, this is it. So why am I sharing this story with you? You know, Rolake said to you, you need to be visible. Stop winking in the dark. Doesn't serve anyone. A city set on a hill cannot be hid. That's what the Bible says. Let your light so shine that men may see it and give glory to the Father. Men will be drawn to your glory, whether they are Christians, whether they are Muslims, whether they are CEOs. It doesn't matter. Like at that point in time, when you're exhibiting excellently, when you're showing up in value, when you're showing that you have the character that backs that competency, people don't care where you're from. They don't care your tribe. They don't care your race. See Rolake on CNN, Global International News Media Channel. They don't care your religion. Nothing. They are attracted to what you bring to the table. What are you bringing to the table? That's my call to action for you. Go and ask yourself, in the sphere of influence that I'm operating, what am I bringing to the table? How am I giving to gain? How am I just even giving of myself? As I was doing this, I didn't know that there was something kept for me. It was there, but because I did this, I have drawn it down. And now I'm given a bigger platform to speak at. And who knows what else can come out of it? Who knows? Who knows? So please let us not undermine the opportunities that we are given. I remember one of the biggest platform I'd spoken on was at the Nigerian National Assembly. Why did I get on that platform? Because I showed up at a Society of Petroleum Engineering event, PE, and I came correct. I remember Apostle Izzy was saying to me, do your homework, do research, give them data and statistics. I was like, are you sure you're not taking this too far? She said, no, IJ, do this thing as though you know that something big is coming out of it. And so I got ready. I had only 24 hours to prepare for that speaking event because my friend who was supposed to do it, she was trapped and couldn't fly in from Angola. My friend Ezine, and she says, IJ, please, I know you can do this for me. And like Uche, I'm born ready. I said, okay. I stayed up all night and I got ready for that thing. And when I showed up there, I finished the work. And one of the guys there came and met me. He's someone in the Nigerian parastatals and said, that was excellent. Your moderation was excellent. It's been a while that I was disengaged for a panel session. And then, we exchanged cards and we kept in touch. And the next thing, one day I'm sitting in my office and there's a letter from the Nigerian federal government saying we're inviting you to speak as an authority at the National Assembly. I remember sitting and saying, my God, I was the only woman on the flyer. I was the only unknown name on the flyer. Everybody there was an ex-president, a director of a parastatal, one big thing or the other. Let your gift make way for you. Be diligent in all that you do. Kings will come to the brightness of your rising. You just need to arise. Rise and shine. The scripture God gave me in this season was stretch forth the dwelling of your habitation. Stretch it. He didn't say, I will stretch it for you. He said, you stretch it. He says, lengthen your cord and strengthen your pegs. So stop waiting for God. God, when are you going to do something big for me? He's waiting for you. When are you going to do something big so that I can breathe upon it and throw my weight upon it? There's something DDK always says. She says, God will give you the context. He's told you that you are called to nations. He's told you some things about your life, but he expects you to create the concept. And then when you create that concept, you will now see why he gave you that context. You're waiting for the fine details. No, you create it and make it what it is. And so I would close with saying, go out there and be the best version that you can be. Nkoyo said, iPhone 17 Pro Max is out. And some of you are still operating on iPhone 8 level. No, you can't do that to yourself. Be the best version that you can be. I would say to you, if you have heard all these things, you want to apply, you want to continue this journey, join our wait list. There's a link in the bio. You will learn how to join the community, the ecosystem, so that when we bring out our next conference, when we are speaking about when we start running the roadshow for the book launch, when we're doing the podcast, the lives, you are a part of it. Sign up for the course if you know that you are ready to take yourself to the next level. If you know that you are ready to upgrade, high grade yourself, sign up for the course. Get all the bonuses inside of it. Thank you for being with us these 2 days. It has been an absolute pleasure being here with you. And I will just stay for 10 seconds to receive my flowers. Please drop my flowers for me. Okay.
I hope you can see your flowers, Ijeoma. Ijeoma, I hope you can see your flowers. They're pouring in the YouTube chat. I hope you can see them. Thank you, everybody. Ijeoma has said everything. Thank you, and have an amazing, amazing rest of your day. And let's get ready to execute on Monday. Bye, everyone.